Chapman. Cut ball. Run. I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, man. Threat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the eFootball Championship Pro 2022, the professional league where the world's top esports players from 8 of Europe's top clubs are pitted against one another, with each team fielding a 3-man team in a 1v1 format, all with the aim, of course, of lifting this fabulously marvellous trophy right here next to me. I'm Summer Hunter. I'll be your host for today as well as throughout the entirety of the tournament, and we kicked off the season in quite some style last week, and I can only expect we'll do the same again today with Group B for match day 2. So let's go ahead and introduce as well our fabulous commentary duo of Harry Channon and Stuart Wesley, or Wezza as you guys know him by. Guys, how has the week been? I don't know about you, but I've really been looking forward to coming back to see what we have in store for today.
Yeah, this entire week has been leading up to this weekend for match day 2 of Group B. I can't speak for Wes, but I know that I'm very much looking forward to today because we're booking our first 3 teams into the knockout stages from Group B. It's going to be exciting. I can't wait.
Yeah, I think seeing just who goes through is going to be the most exciting part of today. It can move so many different ways with all of the games having lots of points on the line. We're going to see teams moving left, right and centre today. I can't wait to see what happens.
I can't either, and I'm sure all of you at home can't as well. But the thing is, there's so much at stake. There's so much on the line for today, but we do have to be a little bit patient. We're going to start with a quick recap of what happened last weekend to get us going forward today. Guys, whenever it came to Group B, it was quite interesting to see how well AS Roma did, for example. Galatasaray, Arsenal, 2 teams that very much have their work cut out for them. Barcelona look as though they might be the ones to beat from the group so far.
Yeah, I think Barcelona and Roma were probably the 2 teams happiest with their match day 1, but don't count out Galatasaray and Arsenal turning things around in today's match day. But yeah, key thing to note from match day 1 last weekend in Group B, every single club taking some points away.
Yeah, and that was the key. I mean, you spoke about Barcelona. We saw how free scoring they were. I think, as I may have mentioned already, Roma, I feel, are in the box seat today. If you've only played once on match day, on the first match day, you had, 6 points out of a possible 9. It's a really good start for them. And now the pressure is a little bit on for them today. They've got more games to play today. We're going to see how that affects them or whether they can play better. And of course, we've still got Arsenal who are at the foot of the table. They've still got to perform to a high standard. It's literally anybody's at this point.
Yeah, speaking of the table, let's take a look at how we start things today in Group B. This is going to change throughout the day, which is what's making this so exciting, Wes. Barcelona currently in pole position, 10 points. The key stat as well, goals for 17. We expect them to continue their goal-scoring form here today, don't we?
Yeah, given how well they performed on the first match day for Group B, you'd expect them to keep that free scoring mentality going. Of course, you have got stories around the league. We have got to see whether Galatasaray can, maybe not rely on their captain as much and maybe get some points from around their team. You've got to look at Arsenal, whether they can perform. And you've got almost a surprise package with Roma to see whether they can carry on some good form.
Absolutely. Let's take a look then as Barcelona scoring 17 goals, through which players those 17 came. You can see, 16 from the top 2 alone there. De Palma and Roxa from Barcelona will see in action today. 16 goals between them, Wes. They were a huge reason as to why Barcelona are in the position they are in currently entering day 2 of Group B.
Yeah, the Palmer, everything he touched turned to goals. We saw it against Barbosa. It was a one-man wrecking crew. Roxa was disappointed to probably come away from that loss against Indominator and against Arsenal. Certainly paid it back in kind in the second game and bolstered his chances of getting potentially the golden boot, as it were, from the eFootball Championship Pro. So yeah, both are free scoring. We'll have to see if they can carry that on today.
Yeah, lots of goals, Semra. We're looking forward to more today, hopefully.
It was a real eFootball fiesta, wasn't it? Goals galore last week, and there were 73 in total across the 2 days. Just the 38, however, for Group B on the Sunday. Having said that, it's time to announce our winner for the Best Goal of the Day award. Let's find out who picks it up for Group B.
Barcelona fans expect Roxa to go straight for the jugular. Here's Depay trying to find the goalkeeper off of his line, and that is absolutely fabulous.
buena suerte al Barça en el torneo de eFootball Championship Pro. ¡Vamos!
Well, there you can see the winner is Roxa from FC Barcelona, picking up $5,000 there to add to his pocket. A nice little addition there for him indeed, of course, besides picking up that individual award coming from his game against Indominator from Arsenal. It was a 4-1 victory, unfortunately for Roxa. It was the victory for Indominator, which meant that Roxa at least gets a little bit of a consolation prize here. Not too shabby at all indeed. And the reason that we've decided to pick this goal, and I quote here, is that as a general situation, you would choose a dribble or a pass to the central player. However, Roxa, he chose a looping shot without overlooking the scene where the opposing goalkeeper jumped out for a moment. It was a tricky one to do off the crossbar. A lovely overhead ball there from Memphis Depay, and a really good choice in the end, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah, it's instincts from Roxa. You see it in the real world game, Wes, where strikers just have an eye for goal. They know where everyone on the pitch is, including the goalkeeper. And this is something that Roxa possesses as well on the virtual pitch. He knows when that keeper's going to try and close the gap and close the angle. And, well, he found the goal perfectly here.
Yeah, it's one of those goals that in real time you go, how has he pulled it off? But then when you look back over this replay, you can see exactly what happened. Goalkeeper inches out just a touch. And you can see the through ball that we'll see here. Depay already on his proverbial bike, ready to get past that last line of defence. And it's just that momentary step that you saw there just allows Roxa enough of a chance to get in there and execute that shot. And again, talking of execution, you know, you're looking at the stats on the screen at the moment, 10 shots, 10 on target. If you're hitting the target that many times, you're bound to get as many goals as he did on that match day.
Yeah, expect Roxa for Barcelona, of course, a new signing this season, currently sitting second in the leading goal scorers table, to give us some more fantastic goals today, Semra. I'm sure Barcelona fans incredibly happy with his signing this season.
You can only imagine that they would be, and I'm sure that Roxa himself is also very happy with the way things are going, very prolific in front of goal. In fact, we can talk to him now and get his thoughts about picking up this award. Roxa, hello, welcome. How are you today, my friend? How are you feeling after picking up this individual award?
Hi to everyone. Yeah, I'm happy because of this award, but like you say, it's only I lost that game. I will change this award to that win, but okay. I will try today to win, and I will give to win awards, example, Palma.
Well, listen, I'm glad to see you smiling. That is a positive sign. So it does look as though you were able to get over the defeat in this one. But Wes was talking about the execution of this goal. Walk us through how you did it, what was going through your mind, and how you were able to pull it off in the end.
I saw it was counter-attack because I stole the ball in the middle, and I just tried to play fast and give ball to Depay. And I saw the goalkeeper of Arsenal is going forward, and it's because he's offensive goalkeeper, and I know he will not stay in the line, and I just tried to chip because I think Aubameyang was on the other side, and he was covered, so I have only options to chip.
Well, very intelligently read. It was a lovely chip indeed. Do you think that maybe we could expect you to outdo yourself today with an even better goal, perhaps?
Today I will choose the win, so
okay,
let's hope only win.
Well, I hope that it works out for you that you get both, right? The good goal and a win.
Perfect.
Well, good luck. We'll let you go and get ready for your games ahead. And of course, that was for last week. We will announce at the end of tomorrow who will have the best goal award for Group B. And speaking of these individual awards, as you can see, we are handing them out left, right, and center. There's more to come for our esports players, depending on the best performances that they have. So, for example, for the best player of Group B, we'll be announcing that at the end of today. But when it comes to the MVP award, we will also be handing that out, but at the end of the season. So you have to sit tight for that one. But Harry, Konami earlier this week, they actually released the eFootball Championship Club Packs. And by the way, for those of you at home, fans, you can actually get your hands on these. You can purchase them for console, for mobile. But I can only imagine that the players themselves, the esports players in this competition, they would have been very busy snapping things up left, right, and center as well to strengthen their dream teams because there's so much riding on today, as we've talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. The introduction with these new packs is going to shake up the type of squads and team lineups we see today. Of course, for those of you just joining us, these squads are restricted to 2,300 team rating. But Wes, new packs in the game for Arsenal, Roma, Celtic, Galatasaray, and Monaco, as you can see on screen, including these cards, mean that these eFootball Championship Pro lineups we see fielded today may be very different than those we saw last week.
Yeah, and that's going to be the balance and the kind of the critical part for these teams. They're going to have I think it's 48 hours, if that, to get to grips with these teams and to try and incorporate those teams into their lineup. So if they are looking to still keep that below that 2,300 threshold, you're going to have to balance it out. You may have to sacrifice a different position to try and get another player in. And I think that's going to be the interesting part today, to see how many of these teams will use those players, and more importantly, where they're going to find that they're the most important to use.
Absolutely, and you can see on screen now not only the aforementioned clubs having packs in the game, but also Barcelona, Manchester United, and Bayern München with premium club packs as well. For those interested, of course, all these eFootball Pro squads will no doubt be including these new cards in the game, but also at home, you have to keep an eye on the upcoming eFootball Championship Open tournament, which starts June 27th, Wes, and if you're looking to compete in that, you can use all of these players available.
Yeah, I think for new players, if you are brand new to eFootball and you've never thought about getting involved in esports, these packs could potentially provide a decent kind of launch pad for you to take a look at these squads. Of course, you'll probably have to do a lot of research into which one you may want, whether it's going to fit your play style, all of those different things that we talk about on the broadcast. You'll then have to think about before you pick your team, as it were.
Yeah, some thinking to do, I think, for the eFootball Championship Open contenders, Semra. But I, for one, am enjoying the exclusive signed cards. I think they're pretty cool myself.
They are pretty cool indeed, aren't they? And the good thing is, of course, that any eFootball 2022 player can benefit from this. They can achieve great things whenever it comes to the eFootball Championship Open. And by the way, guys, it's called Open for a reason, because it's open to anyone and to everyone. Having said that, I can only imagine this is a great opportunity for many of you at home to show a lot of these professional clubs what you're made of, and who knows, maybe you can even turn professional, so you can join us right here at the eFootball Championship Pro next season. So having said that, Harry, there are two campaigns that are undergoing at the moment that really are exclusive for our fans and could be of much benefit to them as well.
Yeah, really excited this season. Of course, if you joined us last weekend, you already know, but this season of the eFootball Championship Pro 2022, we have the Victory Giveaway campaign, which, as you can see on screen, can bag yourself some very cool items from the participating clubs every single time they win a game within the competition. That is not a match. That is one game within a match. You can potentially get all this very cool swag from the clubs themselves. So make sure you're participating in this, keeping an eye on each participating club's social media and rooting on your favorite teams and clubs throughout the competition. But not only that, we have the viewing campaign as well this season, which can bag you 500 eFootball points simply by tuning into the match streaming service. You can see it there on screen. Make sure you're accessing this from the game itself, otherwise it will not count. You have to be watching from within the game to be eligible to receive the award. But pretty cool things being given away this season, Semra. Very excited for the fans.
Pretty cool indeed. And you heard the man. Harry knows what he's talking about. So make sure that you listen to him and follow those instructions to make sure that you can snap up some of those goodies as well that are being handed out as prizes. So having said that, let's go ahead and turn our attentions to the main attraction for today. We're about to kick things off then for match day 2 in Group B. Let's see what's in store. Hello and welcome to the eFootball Championship Pro.
You have a lot of talent in there going into match day 2 for both of these groups.
I think the next match today we play better, we're training a lot. We still got 2 matches left, and then it's great that Venom at least took 1 point to get us back on track.
all of those group table positions could change at the end of the next match day.
I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing.
It's not exactly the start we wanted, but we're still in the race, of course, and we have a game next week against Arsenal. There's 9 points on the line. We will fight to get 9 points more next week.
You don't get those points back if you drop them, Wes.
Oh, absolutely.
We're training a lot every day to show everyone next week we will win.
I hope Group B provides us just as much drama, just as much goals, and just as much shocks as we can get.
We hope you enjoyed today. It's only going to get better from here. It's only going to get better indeed. So let's go ahead and take a look at who's going to be featuring for today in terms of the matchups for Group B. We've got 3 different matches coming up around the corner. It all kicks off in just a few moments' time with AS Roma at 1:15 against Arsenal. Roma, who came out swinging last week, and we'll see if they can keep up the momentum for today. Arsenal, double trouble potentially from them in that first and second match. They'll be facing Galatasaray at 2:30 Central European time. Galatasaray, who definitely need to get maximum points if they're to have any opportunity of getting out of the group, really. Then it's perhaps the biggest one of the day. Roma against SC Barcelona at 3:45. We have a really fantastic lineup of games and matches, don't we, for today? And everything really is going to be exciting in terms of how it's all going to pan out.
This week we have trained a lot, and our expectation is not about winning, but to bring on the beach our style and our gameplay.
For us, it's important to keep playing the same style. For all 3 of us, it's really important to stay confident throughout the whole 90 minutes. Hopefully we can manage that and qualify to the next round.
Well, there you have it. We have a fantastic clash coming up first between Roma and Arsenal. Let's see which players are going to be lining up first to open up the day for us in game 1 of match day 1. And it's going to be Gallardo from Roma, as well as Barbosa from Arsenal. In the case of the Roman side, well, Gallardo, he was the only player to not pick up a win last week for Roma. And then whenever it comes to Barbosa, well, you may remember he suffered a heavy-handed defeat to the Palma, 7-1 in his game. So both of these 2 players, guys, they really have to make some amends for today.
They do, and this for me is a huge vote of confidence in favor of Barbosa from Arsenal, because as you said last week, his only game losing 7-1 to the Palma, just not up to Barbosa's standards. But his Arsenal teammates have said, hey, you go out there first, you lay us down a marker, and then we can see what we can do in games 2 and 3 as well. So I really like this from Arsenal. And then on the other side, a similar thing could be said, Wes, for Gagliardo starting first as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams keeping faith in their players that may have slightly underperformed last week. But again, it'll be points to prove for them. It'll be, okay, well, we've had a week. We've kind of gone away, licked our wounds, and now we've got to come back and show our proper level. And I think we're in for a really interesting opener here. It may not be the most glamorous of ties to those watching at home, but I think this one has the most intrigue.
Lots of intrigue
absolutely.
indeed. Well, sorry guys, just hold that thought, Harry, for a quick moment, because we do have to very quickly introduce our referee for today, who has been with us so far and will continue to be with us throughout the entire tournament, and that is Sergio Parraga. You can see him there live and focused and concentrated, getting ready for all things to kick off here in just a few moments' time, and he will, of course, be keeping track of all of the rules of the tournament. So go ahead then, Harry. I will hand the floor back over to you, and you may continue now. Your thoughts.
You know me, Semra. I just like to steal the limelight whenever I can. I must say, thank you for introducing the referee. Your Spanish accent much better than mine.
You can give it a go if you want, eh?
I can try. Maybe we'll leave that for another week. I won't embarrass myself just yet, Wes. But we can start now to look at this game. Worth noting, of course, as we take a quick look at these Dream Team lineups. If you're just joining us for the first time, these are the two clubs that only played one match last match day. So after this match, after this series of 3 games, Wes, we'll have a better idea of the lay of the land in Group B.
Yeah, and this will be kind of a litmus test for both of these teams, but you can see from both sides already, you can see some of those featured players in each lineup. There's 3 in each that we can see at the moment. Surely, I mean, we'll see many more goals from here on in, but they've, both players have got a lot to prove here. I've spoken a lot about Barbosa. Gagliardo is no slouch in this game, so yeah, I think both players now have got to come out and prove their worth.
Well, we say thank you very much to Semra in the studio as we kick off match day 2 for Group B. Roma versus Arsenal, Gagliardo versus Barbosa. Both players coming into match day 2 with chips on their shoulders, not very happy with how they played out on match day 1. We have Arsenal in the change strip, of course, attacking from right to left. You have the Romans going the other way. An early possession for Arsenal. Barbosa, of course, as we said before, will be wanting to shake the proverbial monkey off his back from last week. Of course, losing 7-1 to the Palmer, who was on fire in fairness. But we picked him up last week, Wes, as a player that likes to get loud, likes to get passionate. We need to see that fire from him today, don't we?
Yeah, I think so. I think the most telling bit from here is the change in shape from Barbosa. Moved to a 4 at the back instead of being 3 at the back here, but Roma are in again.
Well, Mkhitaryan trying to tee up Abraham at the near post. We can, of course, take a bit of time, of course, to explain the rules of the competition while the opening stages play out here. I might come back to that, actually, as Abraham is through. Can he get his strike away? Gagliardo is on the board for match day 2. Tammy Abraham tucking it neatly into the bottom corner. It only took 10 in-game minutes, Wes, and we're on the board for match day 2.
Yeah, and it's our first goal from a featured player as well. Again, really kind of, it's been coming pretty much on the opening kick from Roma. You saw an early press early on. Barbosa hasn't really got out of his half, and again, it breaks that. Abraham, a little bit of manual goalkeeping, moves one way, but again, as we said, these players will sense those movements, they'll see them, and they will pick out the option that is best to score, and Abraham does that with absolute aplomb here. 1-0, and Gagliardo gets himself on the board. It's an early kind of nerve settler if you're him. You can see he's taking his high fives and his hand claps from each other, but he's also telling people to calm down. Barbosa again just needs to just collect himself and get himself into this game.
Well, 1-0 then. We were asking each other as we confirmed Gagliardo's second goal of the season how much impact these club packs would make in match day 2. Martinelli's made a run, but he's found to be offside. But that Abraham card is looking very strong indeed, of course, for the sake of fairness. Collective strength is limited under 2,300, so that's up to 2,300. It can, of course, be underneath, but now it's time for Barbosa to reply, but, well, giving the ball away somewhat cheaply. Be interesting to know, Wes, what's going through Barbosa's head right now, having conceded so early after that drubbing last week. He needs to bounce back here.
Yeah, I think knowing him the way that I do, or at least knowing him the way that we do, I think it's a case of now he's going to kind of go, okay, well, it's only one goal. It's not the end of the world, but...
Oh, here is Abraham through once more, but Leno with the manual keeping is called into action. That is a vital stop from the Arsenal man.
Yeah, it's a big save, and it's a big manual save as well. But notice here from Roma, notice how high the defensive line is there. It's only going to take one properly timed pass, I think, from Barbosa, and he'll be away to the races here.
Well, can Martinelli get in behind? He can, but I believe that was a pass back to the goalkeeper from the defender, just sticking a foot in at the vital moments. Odegaard trying to find Tomiyasu. The cross is dealt with at the first time of asking. As we approach the half-hour mark. Roma 1, Arsenal 0. Here comes Mkhitaryan. Looking for that featured card. Abraham again. He's been a real force to be reckoned with in the first half hour of this game 1. Odegaard trying to feed Lacazette, but the door well and truly slammed closed at every possible Arsenal opportunity. Roma defending well here in the opening 45. Lokonga, though, has a man over to try and square it, but I think you saw Gagliardo's reaction there, just leaning back a little bit, pretty happy that his goalkeeper, Rui Patricio, able to pick that one up.
Yeah, we talk. I mean, you mentioned there about the featured Abraham card. I think the interesting point to note here is with Roma, they have, or at least with Gagliardo at least, there's almost a spine of those players. So there's, I think it's Mancini at centre half. There's a midfielder, I think Zaniolo, who's there, and you've got Abraham. So it's adding that quality across the board.
Mkhitaryan with the cross across goal, but could not find a fellow Roman. Here comes Odegaard trying to feed through down the middle, but been fairly open this game, it has to be said, from one end to the next. I just feel maybe we're lacking a little bit of quality from these players as once more Barbosa giving the ball away high up the pitch. Jan cannot find Zaniolo, and this, as we approach half-time, Wes, looking like the final attack. Martinelli cannot seem to get the ball under his spell, finally does so. Lokonga, Odegaard here, building for Arsenal, but it's that man at the back, Mancini, able to stick a foot in, and the half ends 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Barbosa has recovered fairly well since the goal was conceded, but there's not been a lot really to write home about. I mean, you look at the possession, 38% possession for Roma. There's not been any shots from Arsenal. A little bit maybe of trying to pass the ball into the net. We saw, during the last match days, we saw, feints and dummies that were the order of the day. But you can see from Barbosa's lineup, it's Martinelli and Lacazette that are both the features at that end of the field. Is it a case that maybe he's gone too far in the attacking sense and hasn't thought to maybe try and shore up the defence with a feature player? It's all about these choices that these players are making, and it seems at the moment Gagliardo's made the perfect choice for Roma.
Well, we've kicked off the second half. We saw the statistics in terms of passes attempted doubled by Arsenal, but the important stat line is the goals, and there could be another one here. The 2-goal cushion for AS Roma to start the second half. Puts them comfortably in the lead now. Gagliardo strikes 2. It's 2-0 to Roma. Great goal.
That is a big goal, and it's great passing and moving. It's 1- and 2-touch football. You can see Ohene Jean at the back post, ready to receive it. It's brilliant play from Gagliardo just to break that defensive line. I think Zaniolo with that cut across, and again, you'd have to be hard-pressed to miss from there. But wonderful passing move. And you can see that the confidence is there with him this week. And you can see that he's certainly paying back his team in kind for being out at the forefront.
Second goal of the game for AS Roma. Is there a response from Barbosa? Just cannot seem to find that piece of brilliance in the final third that's seemingly needed to beat Gagliardo here, and it could be even worse. Mkhitaryan went for goal in the end, I think, but here is Abraham. Just wanting to cool off the Jets a little bit, but he's breezed past Tomiyasu. 3 goals now for Gagliardo. And I think Wes, he's just wanting to seemingly kill off this second half a little bit, maybe drain that clock down a little bit. Still a lot of eFootball to play here in the second half, but overall very impressed with what I've seen from Gagliardo so far.
Well, traditionally, in terms of Italian players of eFootball, arguably one of the hardest types of teams to play against, or nationalities to play against, because they come from that deep-rooted defensive mentality that once they go a goal or 2 goals up, they'll look to just shore up the defence, maybe play a bit of possession, try and take the venom out of the game. But again, it's all going to be for Barbosa now to try and kind of create something. The issue, of course, is that the more players you try and throw forward, the more issues you're going to have trying to defend. You'll see there the lineup that he's gone with, 4-4-2. It's Thomas Partey, who's the last, or the last feature player that was there at the moment. I can see that's as Alex Lacazette has been moved to left mid. So interesting that there's changes coming here, but again, can't leave yourself too exposed at the back in the search of going for a goal to get yourself back in the game.
No, you certainly cannot. You can see, as you said, the formation for Barbosa. So we haven't really touched upon yet this season about how the coach's strategies as well can sometimes play a part. You have Jose Mourinho, of course, available in game for AS Roma, and then Mikel Arteta for the Arsenal. Do you think that's maybe a big reason as to why Barbosa just can't seem to get a grip of this Arsenal team so far? I'll come back to that as Abraham tries to get his strike away but finds an offside teammate.
Yeah, I mean, with each individual manager within eFootball, they have certain tactics that they are proficient in. So, for example, it may be long ball, it may be, maybe long ball counter, it may be possession, it may be quick counter. Of course, with these pro players, they're looking for the most kind of, I'd say, viable tactic that will suit them. The issue, of course, becomes is that if the manager isn't proficient in that tactic, you may not be able to get your team up to, a higher team playstyle proficiency. So as a result, that can potentially impact the way that your team moves. But both sides at the moment, I think Arsenal have a 97 team playstyle proficiency. Roma are up to 100. So they're both very comfortable at the moment. And it just seems to be that it's a little bit passive from Arsenal. As we said, they're trying to essentially pass the ball into net, but they just cannot get past a very stubborn Roma defence.
20 in-game minutes for Arsenal to try and turn around this deficit. It has to be said, though, Gagliardo has looked very comfortable on the ball so far, and Nketiah and Pepe trying to make sure that something comes of this attack. We will, of course, see both of these clubs in action once more today. We still have 2 games to go in this particular match between these two clubs. Here's Nketiah looking through it, and well, Rui Patricio gets something on it, but not enough. As for Arsenal, as for Barbosa, that's left a decent amount of time left on the clock to try and get an equaliser. The deficit is halved, it's 2-1.
Yeah, you can see it was coming from that Arsenal passing. Again, bit of a ricochet through the defence, and the goalkeeper will certainly need to look at himself after that one. You would have really thought that would have, been parried wide at the very least. But again, it's a goal for Barbosa. I don't think he's going to care where it comes from. I think he just wants it in the back of the net so he can get the ball and try and go again. The issue now becomes, of course, does Gagliardo tuck his chin and try and play possession, or does he try and kill it off with a third goal?
15 in-game minutes to go. Barbosa's second of the season. Will that goal bring with it belief that this comeback can be made a reality. Arsenal fans will certainly be hoping so. Lacazette and Ketia. It's getting in dangerous positions, but the service has been somewhat lackluster. Ten to go then. Arsenal win the ball back. Lukonga. Somewhat of a mistimed pass there. The player goes down. The referee having none of it. Lovely dummy from Mkhitaryan. Just lets it run. Odegaard. What a time to get an equaliser this would be. Pepe. Skills not quite working out. They win the ball high up the pitch though. And Ketia! Blink and you'll miss it. That was an absolute thunderbolt. Back on level terms. And Barbosa scores his second. 2-2.
Huge goal for Barbosa. Again, bit of fortune there. Why have you let the ball not run out there? I have absolutely no idea from Gallardo. Again, it gives every bit of impetus back to Barbosa, and we saw it during that period after the first goal from Barbosa. Every time the ball went forward, it was losing ball and losing possession. And there's the volume. Headphone users beware. But you saw the fact that every opportunity that you gave back to this Arsenal side, every time you get the ball back, it's another opportunity for them to recycle the ball and get the ball forward. So I understand trying to kill the game, but you need to be a little bit cleaner than just putting it down a wing and hoping for the best. You have to, as we saw from the likes of Bayern Munich last week, launch the ball forward, play almost rugby, territory, like push them all the way back, and instead it's giving them every piece of impetus to come forward again.
Well, we still have time on the clock for either of these two clubs to snatch a winner here. We're approaching the 90th, so you'd assume it would be a winner.
There will be 3 minutes
2-0 down, back to 2 apiece. El Shaarawy, though, has won the ball around the halfway line, but Barbosa has grown and grown into this game. Into the second, approaching the third of 3 added on, and the ball is in the possession of AS Roma. So, last attack, you'd assume. But we tick over into 93. And I think the referee will have seen enough. And there it is. From 2-0 down, back to 2-2. The belief was there. The comeback came with it, Wes. And Barbosa, well, that could have been a whole lot worse for him.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're an Arsenal fan, that is very much a point gained. If you're Roma, that's 2 points dropped, in my honest opinion. You can see how tight the game was. It got scrappy. After the subs came on, as we said, there's that kind of always magical period between the 60th and the 70th minute where substitutes can just change the game. You could almost see Barbosa's frustration with the fact that he'd only got a point, even at that stage. But again, great finish from Abraham to open the scoring. Brilliantly done. And from the early going, it seemed all Roma. The pressure was there, the ability to kind of hurry the ball carrier was there, and then it was the execution late on down the stretch that was the main issue.
Yeah, it really seemed like Arsenal had a way back into this game for the first, let's say, about 50 in-game minutes. You can see here as we kicked off the second half, immediately the second came from Gagliardo. But it has to be said, Barbosa, it's difficult when you're facing a 2-goal deficit to keep that belief, to keep on trucking. And it seemed as if this second goal, Wes, was the wake-up call that Barbosa needed to find his form here for Arsenal.
Yeah, that was it. It was this goal rolls in. And again, if you're sitting at home and you're Arsenal, you think it's all over, it's all done. Instead, bit of fortune. Goalkeeper. Got to look at the goalkeeper there. And again, with 17 minutes on the clock, you'd think, even you said, there's still time enough here for a chance to go. And and you can just slowly hear the volume turning up of Barbosa as each period of play goes on. But again, did very well to get that shot off in that environment. Again, keeper, you've got to ask questions of. This here, though, again, you've got to question why Roma don't just let that run, and instead, brilliantly thunderbolted into the bottom corner from Eddie Nketiah, and that is 2-2. And again, there were chances there, and yeah, I'm just saving my eardrums here. But yeah, no, it was great to see from them. And again, point earned for Arsenal, most definitely.
Point earned for Arsenal. You could argue maybe that 2 dropped for Gagliardo, but it has to be said, Semra, a wonderful game to kick us off today. We had 4 goals, the points shared. Not sure either player will be too happy not to have picked up the win, but at least we saw some good goals and some good action.
That we did, and good on Barbosa for sticking with it, not giving up until the very end, and managing to take a point that puts Arsenal in a good position here as they go into the next game. And obviously, as well, taking some points off of Roma, who really did look like one of the teams to beat after last weekend. So having said that, let's go ahead and see who's going to be lining up in Game 2 between these two clubs, and it's going to be Roma against Indominator, the clash of the captains, we can call it. And it's quite an interesting one, this one. Intriguing indeed, to borrow from your word, Wes, because Roma, he comes in off a comprehensive victory last weekend against the European champion, and it was very much a surprise, very much an upset. But on top of that, Indominator, he'll be gunning for his second victory, not just for himself, but for the Arsenal, as well as he's the only player so far to have put those 3 points on the board. And he also managed to come back as well, made some tactical changes late on in the game, and then romped his way to success. Both of them had a 4-1 victory, so we're looking at a real heavyweight clash here between these two captains.
Yeah, in theory, it should be an action-packed affair, but something tells me, Wes, we're going to see a bit more of an attritional affair. We always say that Indominator knows his teams inside and out. Irma is more of a player who plays off feel and likes to see how the game is going and make adjustments accordingly, but Indominator very much regimented, has a game plan, knows what he wants to do beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, we earmarked it last week when we were talking about the fact that, you know, it was 1-0 down, but he had the whole of pretty much the entirety of possession. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 4 goals come out, and you're just like, well, where's that come from? So, you know, it'll be interesting to see whether that kind of attritional play style will make this, you know, an exciting kind of matchup. Because with Irma, again, it normally goes on feel, it normally goes on how the game is shaped. And I think for him, again, you can see how fluid he looks just waiting for the game to kick off. This is very close to call.
Very close to call indeed. We say thank you very much to Semra in the studio, making sure we're being steered in the right direction. Of course, worth remembering, if you are just joining us, we have new club packs in the game, which means, of course, new players, new items, new cards, if you will, available to these eFootball Championship Pro players. But the rule remains the same. The Dream Team collective strength is limited under 2,300, including 2,300. So, where you strengthen some areas, you may have to weaken others, and it's almost becoming a game of chess at this level of the competition as we kick off Game 2, Roma versus Arsenal, as to where those weaknesses lie for the opposition. Arsenal then starting the game off in their changed strip, attacking from left to right. Roma coming at them the other way, Wes.
Yeah, I think the telling point from Indominator's lineup there was that there was only one featured player in there. It's very much kept the same lineup that got him that victory last week, or at least the 4-1 victory that was there. So, you know, again, it might be a slight advantage knowing the feel of those players already. He hasn't had to relearn how these featured ones operate in his team. I think the only one that's there is Lacazette, and I think that might only be because of an improved finishing stat that you can get with that Lacazette. Whereas with Roma, again, they seem to have gone with that similar down the spine. It's a centre back, it's a centre midfielder, and it's a striker in Abraham. So again, it's all about whether you've gambled to learn how these new players operate, given the short space of time you've had to work with them, or you stick with what you know and you take a little bit of what's there. But at the moment, you know, the ball hasn't even touched a Roma player, and we're 12 minutes in. It's very much a case of, if you don't have the ball, I'm not going to have any damage to me. So I think Indominator's smart in that sense. But if there's a counter attack on, you can easily get caught cold.
Well, it's been all Arsenal so far. And you'll see this a lot from Indominator. Happy to play back if he sees something he doesn't like. This is a game plan that no doubt will test the patience of his adversary here, the captain of AS Roma for this season. Roma's going to have to make sure he's concentrating at all times. Whether or not that will fuel the fire when he eventually gets the ball, we will see. Well, Pepe has got through here. Tomiyasu is there as well, but he is offside.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of bodies forward for Arsenal, even their right back and left back are venturing forward. 20 minutes gone, though, you can see that possession stat in the top left-hand corner, all because there's not been any touch. This will be the first Roma touch of the ball, and I've never seen a 100% possession stat in a game of eFootball. That's a first even for me.
Yeah, that was the possession stat. That wasn't pass completion. That was the possession stat, but that now has changed as Irma gets a rare sniff of the ball, and this is where we might see the game open up and Dominator venture a little further forward. And well, you can see Mkhitaryan trying to break in behind. Bit of confusion at the back there for Arsenal. We expect Indominator to maybe take a few more risks as the game goes on, but it's all about managing the early game for Arsenal, seemingly for their captain here. That's a misplaced one, though. Diawara is able to salvage, but I believe that is Jan who is offside.
Yeah, I think looking at Indominator, I think he knows that the potency that Irma does possess. So I think the issue for Arsenal is how do you increase the tempo and how do you increase your chances of scoring without causing yourself too much of a gap in behind? Because as we've seen in the first game, Abraham was running riot up until changes came in, whereas with this Arsenal team, or at least with the Indominator and the way he's set up, it's now a case of the ball keeps going backwards, but he's looking to kind of drag Irma out of position.
Well, he's done just that as Smalling for Roma was caught chasing the ball, and there might be an early chance here. Martinelli will get himself a corner. And this is the type of risk we like to see Indominator take, Wes.
Yeah, it's good. You can see the kind of the change in tempo that just so happens. It will look very passive, and then out of nowhere, it will kick up a notch, and it will be quick passes into feet, trying to get themselves a goal.
Well, Pepe is there at the post. At the near post, that was very, very close to finding the target as well. Things starting to move up the gears now for the North London club, and this will frustrate Irma because he hasn't had a chance to put his attacking game plan into effect. It's been nullified in terms of possession by the Arsenal captain, and it is the aforementioned who comes away with the ball. 10 minutes to go till half time.
Yeah, this kind of play style, it will frustrate even the best of players, because that once you give the ball away once to this Arsenal team, you're not going to see it again for a while, and if you do see it, you're going to have to do something with it. But at the moment, it's all Indominator, even if it's not quite the penetrative kind of possession that we're used to.
Zaniolo was looking for, I believe that was Abraham on the near side. Think he would have been judged to have been offside had that pass found its way through. We're approaching half time. A great time, of course, to get a goal. As Lacazette trying to run through the middle here. Has Martinelli in support, and it's off the frame. How close was this from Martinelli? A great build-up, but Arsenal just can't find a goal.
Yeah, there must be magnets in that goalpost. They love hitting it at the moment. I mean, you can see from Indominator, you can see he knows that chance was there. He knows it was there and it was begging. And it's good play, moving it through the gears. This play style that Indominator has, you could almost liken it to kind of like a boa constrictor. It's slowly moving you into position until he wants to strike. And I think that's exactly what he's going for here. Try and dislodge Irma from what his natural game plan would be. And once he's disrupted, then try and take a shot on. It was great play. it just hasn't found that key finish just yet.
Well, the referee's blown his whistle for half-time. As you said, some problems, or should I say puzzles, for Irma to try and dissect as we enter the second half. Not a whole lot of attacking gameplay from Roma, but every time they've had the ball, they've tried going forwards. And they're coming here as well to start the second half. It's not from a lack of want from Irma, it's just a lack of the ball, it has to be said.
Yeah, it's not been misplaced. It's not been misplaced passes. He's just been playing essentially with thin air at this point. I've never seen a ball be kept with such kind of accuracy as we're seeing here.
83% possession with 50 minutes gone for Arsenal. But you don't win the game based on possession, as Mkhitaryan tries sneaking in. Abraham now as Roma. And Irma try and search for an opener. You can see the intent immediately from Irma is to put pressure on that Arsenal back line, and Abraham on that far side was threatening, wasn't he? But a throw-in in the final third for Roma.
And the thing that we learned about Irma through previous tournaments that we've seen him in is that he doesn't need a lot of opportunity to get a goal. So, again, as much as we're waxing lyrical about the possession stats and how much the ball's been kept, in reality, Irma doesn't need that much left to strike.
You can see the stats so far throughout the season for these two clubs. The big one, of course, just the one win for Arsenal coming last week from their captain. And well, Mkhitaryan can't quite get to the ball before it runs out of play. That result was a huge one last week for Dominator, and one that had the captain failed to achieve would put Arsenal on a completely different trajectory this season, wouldn't they, Wes? Because they would only have that 1 point should that result have not gone their way, coming from a 0-0 result between Venom and Alex R of Barcelona last week.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention as well the fact that, Indominator came from 1-0 down last week as well, and it was a, 24th minute that we saw it. It wasn't until around about the 70th that we saw any type of real attacking instinct from Indominator, which I get the feeling, looking at what we're seeing right now, it looks like that might even be the case today as well.
Good passing here from Indominator as Martinelli cuts inside. It's far from the target, though. As we see the replay here, I got very excited, Wes, because I thought maybe Martinelli might be able to produce a more surefire attempt on goal there.
Come on.
Yeah, I think he couldn't get the right curve or the right amount of curve on that to find that corner. We saw it over the last, over last weekend. We saw how proficient that was as an ability to strike, as we'll see potentially substitutions being looked at. You can see almost an assessment of, okay, well, where are our stamina levels at? I think that's pretty much where we're looking at the moment. But both teams holding firm, both teams not making any substitutions, and as a result, it's as you were.
Very fascinating game so far. I think I saw 81% possession to Arsenal. That one is a foul in midfield, and it's a straight red for Tomiyasu. And that one is going to call for more changes for Arsenal. The right back seeing red, a straight red as well, Wes. That's going to change the complexion of this game entirely now.
Well, here's where we talk about balance, and we talk about balance in squad preparation. Do Arsenal have a substitution on the bench that's a defender to cover the hole, or is it going to be a change in shape instead? It looks like it's going to be a change in shape instead here from Indominator. It looks like it's moving to a 3 at the back, but you can see here on the left hand side of your screen, you can see there's just a little bit of discussion on where, and you see those very slight movements from Irma to see exactly where he's going. You see he's going more central to try and put the pressure on that three at the back. So let's see how this plays out, because I don't think a red card would have been in the planning for Indominator for this frustrating style of play that he's given to Irma. And if you look at the bench there, it doesn't appear to be a defender on the bench, so it's going to be three at the back and hoping for the best here.
Let's take a quick listen to the players' audio here, see if there's anything that we can pick up as we look to resume the second half. Well, we certainly heard Irma earlier, Wes, getting some advice from his fellow teammates. And Dominator, I think I heard Barbosa in the back maybe offering some words of advice, but this is going to lead to a very nervy final 20 in-game minutes. Arsenal down to 10 men. And well, already Mkhitaryan looking to try and put them to the sword here as he's just strayed too close to the byline.
Yeah, that was close. That was close. That's one extra dummy, or one extra button press that was too many from Irma for there to be a cutback opportunity on. So Arsenal are going to have to be very, very careful here now.
And Dominator still showing signs of wanting to come forward. How ill-advised that will be will obviously be evident to us at the end of the 90, but here is Martinelli for now. If you're just joining us, Arsenal down to 10 men. Tomiyasu sent off in the 70th minute. Odegaard. Arsenal still chasing what would be a goal to send them into the lead here, and well, the referee has given offside. I thought maybe for a second there he was going to give a bit of a cheap foul there, Wes, but he's proven the correct decision was given there.
Yeah, it's certainly what I would have given. It certainly looked like there was a player bundled over at the edge of the box, but luckily I'm not the man in the middle, otherwise we'd have a vastly different game on our hands, I think.
So then changes to come as we enter the last dance of game 2. Of course, we will see both of these clubs in action again today. They only played one match each on match day 1 of Group B. We'll see Arsenal taking on Galatasaray following this match, and Roma at the end of the day get a chance to go to Barcelona. So then, we enter the final 10 in-game minutes just shortly. As credit to Indominator, he's able to find some passes, but this is where he needs to be very careful, as Roma no doubt will want to be putting the 10 men to the sword here. Jan cuts inside and he's got room to run as well, just runs beyond him. Good work at the back by Indominator, and can he turn defense into attack now? Lokonga can find Nketiah. Five in-game minutes to go. A goal now would be heartbreaking for one of the clubs who have held on for so long in this game. Martinelli will receive the ball here, and it'll be a late corner for Indominator. You can see that's frustrated Irma. He wants to chase this win for his team. Pepe to swing it in. Smalling to clear away for Roma. Lokonga. Hutchinson is unable to get an accurate pass away, and we're entering stoppage time now. A last attack of the game, seemingly, for Arsenal. It's headed all the way back to Rui Patricio, and you can see Irma. He is frustrated. No time left on the clock, and this one will end goalless. So hard fought, where's that game? Doesn't reward us with any goals. It was fascinating. There were lots of possession for Arsenal, but no goals in the end.
Yeah, and you've got to think from an Arsenal standpoint. You've got to think how vital those 2 post hits are going to be. You know, absolutely starved Irma of the ball, and you can see the frustration etched all over his face. You know, you can see hands flailing, controllers going. You can see everything from him. He was just annoyed. Indominator, I think, knew that game plan. He knew what he was going to do. He knew it was a case of keeping the ball, nullifying the attacking threat that Irma is. It just couldn't get a finish of his own off. And, you know, it was this chance here, and then I believe it was the resulting corner, it hits the post. Of course, you've got this chance here from Martinelli. That hits the post. On another day, it clinks off the other side and goes flying into the back of the net. But, again, for as almost a mirror image of the first game, I think that's points dropped for Arsenal, what a point gain for Roma, because they literally just didn't have the ball and couldn't do anything with it.
Well, so far, 2 draws between these 2 clubs, as we see again another chance for Martinelli. Couldn't quite get his foot around the ball. But the other 2 clubs in this group, Wes, has to be said, will be very happy having seen 2 draws so far. Galatasaray and Barcelona, of course, those 2, who we will see play later today. So, game 2 of match 1 will finish 0-0, 0-0. No goals to be shown. The points are shared, Semra. And that was, I mean, I'm almost lost for words. That was so much possession for so little return from Indominator, and the points are shared in the end.
That's the thing with possession. What good is it if you can't actually capitalize on having so much of it and being effective in the final third? It really is a shame for Dominator. I'm sure that he'll be very, very frustrated with the way things panned out in the end. And also frustration for Urma, who couldn't capitalize on having those final 20 in-game minutes against 10 men. So in the end, a point apiece. But the good news is that it does keep things for us, the neutrals, very interesting in terms of how things are going to look by the end of the day for the group. It does keep things very tight and on a knife's edge. So having said that, let's go ahead and roll right on into game 3 of match 1 and see who's going to feature. I'm sure you already know by now it's going to be Stifler against Venom. Venom waving his hand there, saluting us. In the case of Stifler, you may remember that he debuted in quite some style last week, not just for Roma, but for the competition as well, with a big victory. And whenever it comes to Venom, he was the only player as well for Arsenal to feature in a goalless draw in the competition until what we just saw now. But in any case, he'll be chasing his first goal and his first victory as well. So what do you guys make of this potential clash-up? Do you think that somebody can actually walk away with the 3 points, the first 3 points of the day?
I think so. I can't quite tell at this point which of these players it's going to be, because we thought the last game might be full of goals and it ended goalless. So at this point, don't listen to us. It has to be said, Stifler's debut last week, very, very impressive. He is coming up, though, Wes, against a different level of opposition now. No disrespect to Diol, but 2 debutants last week. He's coming up now against an eFootball Championship Pro veteran in Venom. He's had several seasons in the league now. He's going to have to pull something special out of the bag to get a result here, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think not to disparage Diol's performance last week, because I think both debutants were very well versed and well read last week. I think, of course, coming up against Venom, though, experienced operator, has a lot of tricks in the back pocket. But again, as we saw from Stifler, it was very much silencing some critics last week, very much when he was shushing the camera. I think that this has the potential to be probably the feistier one out of the games that we've seen so far today. Because I think looking at Venom, he's got a point to prove. Only scored, I believe he didn't score actually last week. So I think he's got a point to prove. And Stifler, of course, is still on this kind of charge of having to prove himself as a debutant. So a lot to prove, a lot of intrigue going into this one.
Well, we say thank you to Semra in the studio. We'll have a chance to chat to her more after this final game of our first match of match day 2. It is Roma versus Arsenal. Same kits, different players. Stifler in for Roma. You have Venom for Arsenal. Both players, you feel, wanting to make up for lost time in different senses of the phrase. I'll come back to that as Zaniolo looking to try and feed Jan. On the one hand, Stifler, his debut last week, he wants to make up for lost time in not being featured in seasons previous, and Venom wants to make up for lost time in terms of goals, having not scored last week in a 0-0 draw. So this will be a fascinating contest. I said that about the last game, though, so don't trust me, Wes.
It's just a question for you, Harry. Do you think looking at the way that Arsenal are equipping themselves in these games, because of the way that the fixtures are falling and because of the way how many games have been played so far, are they just looking to nullify Roma to the point where they just don't drop any points against them? Because it's certainly getting that. I'm certainly getting that vibe of, well, if we can get, if we can stay, we can get 3 points, we can get 3 draws out of these games, then great. Then it means it sets us up for future fixtures. I'm getting that little bit of a vibe from Arsenal.
Well, it'll be fun to see the live group table as things stand, because this would signal at the end of this game all clubs in this group having played 3 matches, as the first strike in anger goes to Roma. But we'll get a better lay of the land in terms of how this group stands. There's some lovely skill moves from Venom. See some breeze past the Roma defender. Party, Smith Rowe, double touch! Oh, it was curling. He'll let it run for the corner, but good early shots from both of these players, Wes.
Yeah, you can see both of them working the space in each opposition box. You saw dummies and we saw super cancels. We also saw the same there from Venom as well. Ball hasn't been cleared for the corner.
Holding with this strike, a lot of power. Straight into the shin of Chris Smalling, I believe. So 20 minutes gone. Venom starting to build as this first half progresses. Stifler's going to have to remind his adversary what he is capable of, and of course what is at stake here. Mkhitaryan. Zaniolo will gather it straight at the goalkeeper. Calmly done. So there it is. As things stand, Wes, after 6 games played, Barcelona topping the group. Roma would finish 1 point behind. So there is a chance, should Stifler pull a result out here, that we could see with 1 match to go for each of these clubs here in Group B, Roma could be topping it.
Yeah, I think that potentially is a little bit of the game plan that's seeped into this Arsenal kind of lineup. Maybe they're looking to try and exploit what they perceive to be the slightly weaker players and the slightly weaker teams to then potentially, suit themselves when it comes to games going on. Like, for example, if they come out of this points as it is, then they're up against, I think it's, if you look at the table, they're nestled into the group nicely. So, but if there's a chance on to score, I'm sure Venom will try and take it.
Speaking of, here is Pepe trying to use his skills in the box to beat his man, but will bounce back off him out of play. Of course, it will be all to play for with the new format this season. Going into our final 2 matches of today, Arsenal after this taking on Galatasaray in match 2. You will have Roma facing Barcelona in what could well be at that point a clash at the top of Group B. And with 9 points up for grabs in each match, every game matters. Here is Zaniolo dispossessed by Emil Smith Rowe. In-game minutes to go till half-time. Here is Tammy Abraham. Zaniolo cannot unlock the Arsenal defence for now, and that's a nice dummy, but the pass seemingly to no one. But Leno will gather, Wes. It's been another goalless first half so far. Surely not another goalless draw.
Well, I'd like to think not, but the longer this game goes on without a goal, the more I'm subscribing to my theory that it's looking to just must not lose territory.
Oh, Abraham was given the time and license to get his strike away. That new item, of course, in Dream Team as of this week. You could be right, Wes. When you look at the players they fielded out in terms of the time they've fielded them out. Bob Boats are going out first. You'd argue he's one of the more attacking-minded players of this Arsenal squad, despite his 7-1 defeat last week. You have a Dominator, very much a neutralizer, and now you have Venom, as there is a stunning strike! Drilled into the bottom corner. Tammy Abraham for Stifler fires Roma into the lead in what could be a crucial goal in Group B.
That's a 92 rated featured cat amongst the pigeons. Again, given room and time to take that opportunity. Great strike in truth. Again, ball comes out here. It's come back here, and you'll just see defence just backs off a little bit, gives him enough room, finds the bottom corner. It's a great finish from Stifler. And again, 1 goal to the good for Roma, and now we're going to have to see whether Venom can answer back here with something, because at the moment it's been a very kind of non-plus game. Nothing's really happened up until this point.
Standoffish was the defence. Stifler very happy to be taking the lead moments before half-time. Very well played, standoffish defence, and he found the lane to get the strike away to give us our first goal in almost 3 halves of eFootball. And well, Smith Rowe's been fouled here, which will give Venom potentially the impetus to get an equaliser almost immediately. Will he go for goal? Steps over the ball at the first attempt. Lacazette's got a lot of power on it and was on target. See Stifler just shifting Rui Patricio across, and rightly so. Gets the right way.
Yeah, you can see him trying to bait the goalkeeper there with the run over at the free kick. And it nearly worked. It nearly worked because Stifler shuffled back to near side and then went back in again.
Oh, Patricio's made a bit of a meal of that as I put my teeth back in here. Another corner for Arsenal. These were always dangerous. Ødegaard, the left footer, this time played short. Cross comes in, and who's there at the front post? It's Holding! The equaliser before half-time to set us up very nicely indeed for the second half, Wes. A stunning cross and a great finish as well.
Yeah, and if you had on your eFootball Championship Pro bingo cards of Rob Holding being the first goal scorer in this game for Arsenal, I don't think anybody is. A fantastic cross from Martin Ødegaard. Holding gets in front of his defender, nails it into the bottom corner, 1-1. You can hear the roar from Venom.
Disappointment on the other side. Venom maybe has turned part cyborg with that goal, but I think that will signal half-time from the referee. Those headers, so difficult at the near post to deal with. 1-1 at half-time, but let's talk briefly, Wes, about that goal once again. The cross is phenomenal, isn't it? And the header, so well placed into the bottom corner. The goalkeeper just couldn't get down to it.
Yeah, it's a great modifier, is that stunning aspect of the game. If you hold R2 or RT, depending on what console or what controller you play with, again, changes, makes a completely different type of cross, gives you a bit of extra zip, and as a result, it allows your defender or allows your attacker to get in front of defenders. Great header, and again, this kind of falls into that narrative of Arsenal where they're trying not to lose the game.
Well, we wonder if maybe that equaliser might just give Venom a bit of motivation to go forward. Here is Jean for now, tackled by an Arsenal defender. Sometimes with Venom, Wes, he can be a bit like a shark when they smell blood. He's got his first goal and he'll be craving that feeling once again. And here is Pepe on the near side. Skillful dribbler is Venom, and if you give him a weapon like Pepe, he can take players on, and he's got through the defence here as well. It evades everyone, and Odegaard can recycle it. It's off the post for the third time in this match between these two clubs. So close to the go-ahead strike.
You need to put a Roma shirt on that post. Brilliant defending from there. I joke, of course. Again, really good dribbling from Nicola Pepe. Get the opportunity. Ball flashes across goal. It luckily comes back to Odegaard and almost on instinct throws a leg and it hits the post. And unfortunately, it bounces the other side again for Arsenal. But again, you know, Venom will be buoyed by those opportunities that are still coming. And again, the longer this game goes on at 1-1, we may find that, you know, a bit of fatigue creeps in on the sticks, a bit of fatigue creeps in on the pitch, and we might see a game winner here. I'm not too sure where we're going to find it, but it might just pop up somewhere.
Great pressure from Stifler, and once again, with Smalling wins himself the ball back. It's just been a bit of a difficulty since the goal went in for him to come forward. Venom has made sure his defence is concentrating at all times, and Abraham will receive the ball, but is offside. So half an hour then.
The attendance for this match was 71,649.
In-game time to be played here in Game 3. It could be a crucial Game 3. The points were shared, as you see, at the top of your screen between Games 1 and 2. 2 draws, and Pepe, oh, lovely double touch, evades his man. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. The strike forced the save as well, and it will be a corner now. That was a really strong opportunity for Venom. Once, twice, 3 times. Strong hand in the end.
Yeah, it just met the fingertips of Rui Patricio. Again, it's brilliantly well-worked dribbling. It's one thing knowing how to execute double touches and skill moves and all the rest of it. It's another thing knowing where to do them in game situations. And certainly Venom buying himself some time, buying himself an opportunity. Let's see whether we can do anything with the corner.
Yeah, the corner is bundled in towards that near post. Stifler has to be concentrating here, still evenly poised at 1 apiece. His chances will come, but defensively Venom is growing in confidence. Pepe has skill moves to use. He's won himself a free kick here as well. You can see the intent from Venom. Get it to the skilled dribbler of Pepe on this near side. What is the plan here from this free kick? Surely too far away to shoot. Odegaard trying to play the ball through, but good closing of the passing lane there. And there are Roma shirts forward here. Mkhitaryan has gone to the player behind him. Not sure if that was the intent from Stifler, but Partey can set Pepe free here on this near side. You can see the skill moves wanting to come through, but just mistimed. Good timing on the tackle from the other side. Needed to be done as well, but Stifler needs to do better at ball retention here, because the more he gives the ball away, the more this ball is going to come right back. You can see the league table as things stand. Pepe once again beating his man. Is there a cross to be found? The answer is no. Goal kick.
Yeah, you can see the two kind of almost mentalities playing out on the field. You can see the urgency from Stifler to get a goal, just get these 3 points. Meanwhile, Venom, on the other hand, is waiting for these opportunities to open up. So it's a case of almost cat and mouse as to who makes the first error. Is it going to be the case that there's too many bodies flowing forward and Venom catches Roma on the break? Or is it a case that Roma have got too many bodies forward and Arsenal can't contain what's going on down there? So you can see both. And I think if you look at the complexities of what games are left in the group stage, you've got Arsenal, as you mentioned, I believe you've got Galatasaray next match. You've then got Roma, who have got to go and play free-scoring Barcelona. So for either team, you'd rather be in Arsenal's position. No disrespect to Galatasaray, but you'd rather be in Arsenal's position than having to go against free-scoring Barcelona.
Oh, Odegaard has stopped up in the box. 15 in-game minutes. To try and find a winner for both of these clubs, it's been one-way traffic for the majority of the second half. The game plan is clear from Venom. Play on this near side, play through Pepe. Mkhitaryan, though, into the feet of Abraham. Lovely turn, strike. Forces a save. The cross still to be dealt with, and it dribbles all the way through to Tammy Abraham. The second ball was never dealt with. And Stifler makes Arsenal pay. Back into the lead he goes. 2-1.
The presence of mind to not shoot on this rebound is what makes these players so good. You could easily have just been spamming or just repeatedly pressing the shoot button. When it comes back here, you easily try and shoot. Instead, he hooks it back into the box. Abraham's there, just about gets a ricochet. I think it might be Kieran Tierney on the line. But again, it's finding. You can see there, Abraham peels away on the right-hand side of your screen. He's left all alone. It's even deflected. It's took 2 deflections. He took one off of Jean, goes off of Tierney into the back of the net, and that's the risk that you take if you are trying to kind of wait and kind of almost sucker punch players. You have the ability to be sucker punched yourself. So again, if you're Arsenal, you'd be very disappointed with that. You can see just in one goal the complexion of the table completely changes.
That it does. And it may well set up in our next match a huge game between Arsenal and Galatasaray for that third spot. If things stand, Owen Nketiah can get his strike away. I'd love to see the passion from Stifler. He has had a lot of defending to do in this second half. That relief of finding the back of the net after a really well-worked passage of play was evident for all to see. 5 in-game minutes and a little bit of change to hold on now for what would be a huge 3 points for AS Roma. Of course, he won 2-1 last week as well, so great value out of the new signing for AS Roma, Stifler. But first, he has to secure this one over the line. Martinelli is turning, but that finish goes agonizingly wide of the target there. Must have been frustrating that for Venom.
Yeah, you can see there as well. You can see at the bottom of your screen on the radar, that white line that comes forward. That's Venom pushing his defensive line forward to try and put as much pressure on this ball as possible. But if you're Stifler, it's time to just run out the clock. I mean, but as we said before, every time this ball goes to an Arsenal player, it presents another opportunity.
There will be 3 minutes at a time.
Potentially one last throw of the dice as Diawara is adjudged to have fouled. His Arsenal counterpart here. Pass to Pepe, trying to get one through again. Odegaard was arriving, but anywhere will do at this point in time. As Stifler has just 2 in-game minutes to hold on here. Can Venom salvage a point? Or is this one destined to go to AS Roma after 2 draws in the first 2 games? We wondered where the lion's share of the points would go, and it's official now. They will be going back to Roma. A 2-1 victory sees a huge 3 points to the Italian Giants in Game 3. Back and forth action, a wonderful game of eFootball, but it's that man on your screen. AS Roma's Stifler, who emerges victorious. Commiserations, of course, to Venom on the Arsenal side.
Well, if anybody was questioning the inclusion of Stifler in this Roma side before the start of the tournament, this is tonic to basically say, well, actually, is worth his weight in gold at this point. Massive 3 points at the end of that. And again, like we said, the forethought to find that goal, to finish it off. I mean, there, you're just given the opportunity to hit a stunning shot. You're given far too much space and time. And as a result, again, like we said, Tammy Abraham has been at the forefront of everything good that Roma have done today. And it was another goal to add to the collection.
Yeah, beautiful strike it was as well. You see the entire passage of play. It's winning the first ball, and then it's just a lack of concentration, you could say, from Venom. No players in a position to pressure Abraham. Gave him all the time and space to get that strike away. And then just before half-time, the equaliser came thanks to this stunning cross and the header from Rob Holding at the near post. But these two clubs, Wes, very evenly matched indeed. Just the one goal to split them, which came in game 3. Arsenal now, it's a do-or-die match against Galatasaray next.
Yeah, and that's the critical point of this story, is that now all of that Arsenal team, the dejection they may have had of potentially dropping points in this game, you've now got to go into a game against Galatasaray where Galatasaray are going to be as hungry for these points as Arsenal. This is probably not the scenario you wanted to be in if you are Arsenal.
Absolutely not. We saw some silky skills from Pepe, but in the end, it was the second bite of the cherry from this attack. Maitland-Niles able to find Tammy Abraham in the 80th minute of the match to secure all 3 points in game 3 to Stifler. And you can hear what it means to the man himself. Huge 3 points. The cross in to Abraham. In the end, I think it ricochets off a couple of players. We missed that in the replays, where it's so unfortunate to concede under those types of circumstances. But a wonderful game, and once more shushes the haters. It is Roma, Semra, who come away with the 3 points in game 3, taking 5 away from a possible 9. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all, indeed. And it does set them up nicely for what they have at the end of the day, which could be a potentially crucially decisive fixture against Barcelona, and determining who's going to go out of the group as first or second whenever it comes to Arsenal. Obviously, still all to do for them. And they have hardly any time to catch their breath and to really think about coming up next against Galatasaray. Well, here, as we see, it's been very, very tight indeed in terms of the results. 2 draws and a win, and hardly anything separating these two teams. And it's been relatively low scoring as well. We had hoped for more goals. I'm sure more will come along throughout the day. But what are some of the impressions that this match has left you with?
I think I've been impressed most so far by Stifler, by coming into the league, into a team such as AS Roma. There's going to be so much pressure on your shoulders, Wes, to come out and steal a result. I don't even want to say steal. It was well earned against S Venom in a game 3, which had almost everything on the line to go top of the table. A huge result from Stifler. I've been very impressed so far.
Yeah, as debut goes, in terms of results, it's not even necessarily the performances themselves. It's the ability to get the results under pressure. He knows that his team needs a result. He knows his team needs to go and win the game. And he finds a way. That's the clinical bit about all of this, is that if you are a pro player, or even if a player at home, you have to find ways to stay in the game. And we saw it from Barbosa's ability to kind of grind out a draw in the game 1. But again, you see it from Stifler. You see the effect it's had on the league to have a Roma now top of the table, having played 6 points. So massive result for them.
Yeah, massive result for them. They leapfrog free-scoring Barcelona in second place. They go top of the table with 11 points, and Roma and Barcelona play in our third match of the day. And Galatasaray and Arsenal, Semra, they're up next. First, we have to, of course, hear from the players themselves, but that could be all to play for both of those clubs.
All to play for, indeed. It's going to be very, very tricky for them, isn't it? Squeaky bum time for those two clubs as they try to battle it out to make sure they can get into the knockout stage of the competition. But more on that in just a moment. As you hinted, we are going to cross back over to Wes, who I believe is going to be speaking to both club captains then to get their impressions, their thoughts about this opening match for Group B today. Wes, who have you got? Who are you with?
Yeah, we're here with Indominator. Indominator, thank you very much for joining us. Commiserations a little bit for yourselves and the Arsenal team, only picking up 2 points. The game plan going in, I know I mentioned a little bit on commentary that I felt you guys may have been a little bit cagey to try and prevent Roma from getting as many points as that you were hoping for. Was that somehow the case? Were your game plans a little bit kind of guarded? Oh, may have a bit of technical issues, maybe?
It's muted.
Can you hear us?
I think it's muted.
Oh, can you hear us? I think Indominator is unable to hear us. So I think we'll cross over. To, I believe it will be Gagliardo from Roma. Gagliardo, can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Yes,
perfect.
it's not easy.
Fantastic.
Okay, sorry. It's not easy in this competition because the players is very strong. But today we have 5 points and very important for us. Me and Roma dropped the match, but now we have 5 points and we can maybe we can pass the group.
Yeah, you spoke there, used the word robbed, which I think is a little bit disingenuous to your own performances. I think both games were very tough. I think Irma was starved of the ball at points. Yourself had a 2-goal lead. It was slightly disappointing to maybe come out with a 2-2 draw. But speak to Stifler and his abilities as a debutant. I mean, to have that type of player in your ranks, it's great to have as a weapon, correct?
Yes, Stifler for us is more important. It's more important this victory because now we play the next match today with. Our next opponents are very strong, and for us, it's more important this victory.
Yeah, I mean, you do have Barcelona to close out the day. Obviously, there's a lot of goals that have gone in from Barcelona over the last match day. Do you plan to try and play a bit more defensively to try and contain that offense?
Yes, it's very hard with Barcelona because they are the best player, the Palma, Alex, and Roxa. But we train a lot in this week, and we can play very well for me.
Fantastic. It's great to hear from you guys. Massive congratulations. Go get yourselves prepared for Barcelona, and we'll speak to you again later on. Okay, looks like we're going to be joined by Indominator. Indominator, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. What's up?
Fantastic. Our technical gremlins have been cleared up there. Commiserations to yourselves, only picking up 2 points out of a possible 9. Slightly disappointing for you guys to pick up. Was it a bit more of a guarded performance, knowing the opponents you were up against? Because it seemed like it was more to frustrate Roma than it was to potentially play your own game.
Like you said, it's very disappointing result. 2 points out of 9 points is not enough to our standards. We expected more, and we definitely deserved more as well, especially looking at my own match as well. It's just we always play to win. It's just today it didn't come out as we wanted. For me personally as well, in my game, the thing is I played well. I created the chances, but again, like the same problem as last year, I wasn't clinical up front. And yeah, if I just score at least 1 goal, that should be enough to win the game. But unfortunately, I missed 3 or at least 4 big chances. And yeah, unfortunately, only get 2 points out of today's matches against Roma.
Yeah, we can see on our screens there Pedro Barbosa's reactions. It was great to see him bounce back after a disappointing last match day. You guys now have to kind of recover very quickly. You've got, match 2 against Galatasaray. every point is going to count here. I mean, you've got to be looking to potentially try and play on the front foot. I mean, how are you going to contain Galatasaray? We know Bafétimbi Gomis and Artukoglu are their two kind of primary weapons. Have you got game plans in place to nullify these guys?
Yeah, to be honest, I think all three of us should keep playing the same style. I feel like we were on top of the game most parts of the game, looking at all three games, and for me myself as well, just keep playing the same playing the same way, and maybe be a little bit more direct to create just one or two more 100% chances to finally get the goals on my side. But yeah, like I said, I think all three of us have to keep playing the same style, be confident in the way we are playing. And then we should really be able to beat Galatasaray as well.
Yeah, it's very much trust the process is the message I'm getting from yourself, Dominator. Thank you very much for joining us. Good luck for the next match, and we'll speak to you again shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Semra, back to you.
It's certainly going to be a very decisive match for Arsenal coming up next, as we heard that they will be going up against Galatasaray. It's last chance saloon for both of these two sides, as one of them, unfortunately, will be packing up their bags and heading home.
For us, it's important to keep playing the same style. For all three of us, it's really important to stay confident throughout the whole 90 minutes. Hopefully we can manage that and qualify to the next round.
We had a bit bad start in the first match day. We got just 6 points. We learned from our mistakes. We are much better now. We are in better form. In our games, we will do our best. We will be on the pitch to win all games, all 3 games, and we will do our best to qualify.
Right, well, it is just about game time, so let's go ahead and take a look at the lineups then for this opening game of match 2 between Arsenal and Galatasaray. And as it turns out, just by complete coincidence, it's going to be another clash of the captains, part 2. It's going to be Dominator against Mujahid. The Dominator, of course, we just saw him. He was speaking to us. He looked a bit defeated, looked a bit disappointed about how things are going for today. So he'll really want to set the right tone going into this one, considering that the Arsenal have only picked up 2 points so far from this afternoon. When it comes to Mujahid, you may remember he will come in off a hot streak after picking up 6 points, the only 6 points for Galatasaray after the 18 that were available for them last weekend. So you can say that both captains are very much on a rescue mission, trying to be the saviours, trying to be the heroes of the day to make sure that they're the ones who get their clubs through to the next round. It could come down to who wants it more, guys.
Definitely could. I mean, these two clubs are level on points. You're looking at maybe Roma and Barcelona almost running away with this group in the top 2 qualification spots. All you have to do here is make sure you're beating your opponents in every single game possible to give you the best chance of qualification. That makes it very simple, but this first game is going to be really interesting ways. We talk about players personifying their clubs. These are 2 that definitely do so. We've just seen in Dominator's possession and passing style of play. He's coming up against Mujahid now, who is incredibly strong defensively, but also knows how to bag a goal in unlikely circumstances. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, looking at how Dominator especially reacted to that defeat, it's trust the process, it's players we were. And again, coming over against Mujahid, he's going to probably try and employ the same type of tactic that he employed in the previous game, which is nullify, frustrate, and annoy players, because that is enough to drag players out of position. It's enough to frustrate people. However, the issue becomes with Mujahid, with how free scoring he can be and how well he knows this Galatasaray side. Let's not forget how good he was last week. He very much was their talisman both on field and off field. So I think in terms of that combination and with what's on the line as well, that is the kind of the difference maker. Is under the lights, underneath the pressure, how can you perform? And looking at the way that these teams are setting up, you can certainly see on your screen at the moment, Galatasaray have got, you know, 2 featured players in their lineup. Indominator still sticking with that process there. But interestingly for Mukahit, he's defensively reinforced, not offensively reinforced. So he must be happy enough with how he attacks. It must be his defense that he may be looking to shore up a little bit.
Well, as Semra mentioned, and we say thank you to Semra in the studio, of course, steering the ship the right way at all times. An incredible last week performance from Mukahit, 2-1 against Gagliardo, and an incredible victory over his Barcelona opponent as well, Alex R. 3-1 that time around. So he knows how to score goals with this Galatasaray team. And we're kicking off. It's Arsenal in the home strip from right to left. You have Galatasaray in all black. Mukahit versus Indominator, captain v captain. It's one of those, again, where both clubs looking to put a marker down early. A statement of intent. Both of these clubs towards the bottom half of Group B, both with 6 points so far. And it becomes, Wes, a straight shootout as to who's going to finish in a top 3 spot and feature in the knockout stages.
Yeah, and if in this scenario, I think it's this game here is the pace setter here. If your captain wins their game, it will provide a big boost in confidence for the rest of the team. And I think if you're looking at players who are left on the team sheet for Galatasaray, you have Dejol, but of course you've got Kepa as well. The rest of the Arsenal team are no slouches either.
Early chance to threaten the Arsenal defence from Mukahit is unsuccessful. And we would have seen Indominator play this style before. We saw Irma very much happy to sit back and not press, but looks like Mukahit here wants to press and he wants to close down those passing lanes, and we will see how successful he can be in doing so throughout the rest of this game. As a ball down the line, Gomez here in the box as well can stop up and try and find his teammate there at the far post. Needed intervention at the back. Opening 15 in-game minutes has been somewhat kinder, you would say, to Galatasaray.
Yeah, and these are the types of teams you don't want to come up against. We know, Galatasaray have a rabid and passionate fan base, but in terms of their players they have on the pitch as well, we saw how good Artakoglu was last week. We saw how good Gomez was last week, and we saw how good Mukahit was last week. So a combination of all of those things, like I say, this is not really the environment I think Arsenal want to be in, but again, if they, you're going to need to beat these teams if you want to progress.
Well, it's been a gritty affair so far. Already we've seen Gabriel in the book, and well, Mukahit will have one of his players join Gabriel. And he's going for goal from quite a distance. It's off the base of the post. I think he caught everyone off guard, including me there, Wes.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's ambitious, but again, if you're in this scenario, you try everything that's in that kind of experienced playbook that you have. You've got to try and do something out of the ordinary and something that will catch these guys out. So, going for distance or going for a free kick from distance, why not?
Here's Pepe on the right-hand side. Saw Venom use his skill moves to great effect. No doubt he will feature predominantly throughout the rest of Arsenal's campaign. The ball is won back in midfield here by Mukahit, and this is where he works his magic on the break. Mukahit has a few players here forward. Gomez is waiting in the box here as well, but Kieran Tierney steps up. There's a chance though for Mukahit, maybe. Just being patient here. Look at all the time and space he has. Double touch. Lovely work. Goal! Ice cold from the Galatasaray captain. Knew what he wanted to see. double touch, and an absolute peach of a goal from Mujahid. Wonderful.
For those watching at home, you could be forgiven for thinking his controller had turned off. Even Harry, I can see Harry and Harry's reaction is very much, and it very much is. It's baiting your player into making a choice, and that's exactly what he's done here. He's waited, play hasn't opened up, he's waited for the defender to come near him, took the double touch, got the clear lane to hit the strike. It's found the back of the net, and it's like we keep saying, or at least like I keep saying, you do not want to be in this scenario if you're Arsenal. You don't want to be chasing a lead, especially against somebody who is defensively as proficient as Mujahid.
Might be my favourite goal of the campaign so far, as I'm not going to lie. I know we're supposed to remain unbiased as commentators, but we love a good eFootball goal, and that was up there with the very best from Mujahid. And that might just invite Dominator out of his shell now, because he cannot afford to play possession for the rest of this game without the lead. Smith Rowe is in, sliding. And with just over 10 in-game minutes to go till half-time, Mujahid, with his 6th goal of the season, he will be in search of more.
Yeah, now the real test of the real game begins. Is if you're Arsenal, what are your powers of recovery like? Can you put an attacking move together that will break this defence open?
Pepe is in the box, and Muslera palms it wide. It will be a corner, Wes.
Yeah, again, good manual save from Mujahid, and again, good ball movement from Dominator. Again, you've got to be, as he said, be a bit more direct and be a bit more on the front foot. But again, that will come at a cost. If you are pushing players forward, you are going to leave gaps, and especially with the counter-attacking nature of Galatasaray, you're not going to want to leave that many gaps.
Corner whipped in, and it's Pepe at the front post. His header is curving away from goal. Here's what that has done to the league table. We have 2 more games to come in this match, but as it stands, Galatasaray in a qualification spot, and Gomez wants to make it 2 here as well. Will it find a Galatasaray player? 5 to go till half-time. The Arsenal defence hanging on at this point. Just wanting to keep possession here so he can have the last attack of the half. He is in Dominator, but it could have easily been 2. Mujahid now up to 4th place in the goal-scoring charts. That can still change, of course, as we have Group A action tomorrow. Here comes in Dominator, though. Lacazette to Martinelli. Fake shot! And it's wide! Heartbreaking for Arsenal fans. I thought for sure that was going to result in a goal.
It's Martinelli again. There's so many chances that have fallen to a Martinelli from either one of these Arsenal players.
Come on,
and
man.
it just keeps going wide for the Brazilian. And again, as an interesting stat to maybe keep your eye on from a league table perspective or from a group table perspective, goal difference. There's 1 goal between each of these teams on goal difference. So just something to maybe keep in mind when you see these results or see potential goals scored. Every goal is going to be vital here, not just points.
Well, maybe players starting to realise that today as we see the stats at half-time. Galatasaray enter the break with a slender 1-goal margin to their name. We've seen some very close games today, Wes. Maybe that goal difference is in the mind of all these players representing their clubs here today.
It's certainly got to be something in the forefront. At first port of call, it's, get your points as many as you can. But the other thing you've got to bear in mind is keep the goals going in.
Mujahid has a chance in behind here, but recovered well defensively by Dominator. Arsenal need a breakthrough. Odegaard. Lacazette's timed his run incredibly well. Has 2 players waiting in the box. The goalkeeper came. Still not dealt with. Mujahid always dangerous on the break here. Gomez trying to find the man on the near side. And Arsenal will regain possession. Martinelli. Odegaard switching back inside here. Martinelli once more. Lacazette cuts inside. But there is the defensive might of Mujahid of Galatasaray. It's one of the reasons in seasons previous he's been such a revered defender in the league. Something tells me he'll have more defending to do as this game goes on. Martinelli back to Smith Rowe. The strike gets away, but Muslera sees it the entire time.
Yeah, the thing you've got to bear in mind if you're Galatasaray, looking at the way that this ball keeps going forward, you've got Bafétimbi Gomis as your focal point up against Kieran Tierney, who's playing at centre-back. That's not a matchup you want if you're Arsenal, because those balls will continue to get knocked down. But again, if you're Galatasaray, how much do you want to rely on your defensive work to get you through this game, and how much do you want to go out and potentially get another goal?
Well, that was a good spot from you, Wes. Tierney playing centre-back, very unconventional from Arsenal. He will have his hands full with Gomis all day. Pepe cannot find his man close by, and it's headed safely out for a corner by Mujahid. He'll be back on defensive duty after this break here, Wes.
Well, you say safely. We've seen how proficient corners have been during this entire competition. So, when safety is a very loose term, shall we say, when it comes to corner kicks. But you can see that the kind of the gesturing a little bit and the changes, the very subtle changes that are being employed here. You can see that a sub tactic's on as well. So again, for those at home, if you don't use a sub tactic, it's essentially the ability to seamlessly move between tactics without hitting pause during the game. So again, allows that degree of freedom if you're a dominator to kind of switch between gears. Whether that is a tool that becomes apparent and is workable for Arsenal remains to be seen, but we've got 26 plus change left.
Well, the corner comes in and Mujahid is equal to it and has won the ball back here as well. And Gomis is in behind, has Xhaka giving chase here. The pressure from Xhaka is enough and will catch back up to Gomis to douse the fire. But that was dangerous. Very dangerous indeed by Arsenal, and will trickle all the way through here. Very nervy 20 in-game minutes to come here for both players. The group table evenly poised between these two clubs entering their final match of the group stages. Points here are precious. Thuram looking long for Gomis, trying to get in behind. This time Gabriel is back there. Martinelli trying to beat his man. Gets his strike away, but not for the first time this game. Cannot find the target for Arsenal.
I think that looked like it was tipped wide by Muslera. I'll have to see that again. It was a brilliant save if it was. That was a big pour on it. Brilliant save from Muslera. But again, it's rear guard from Galatasaray. It's how much are you gambling that you're going to keep a one-goal lead here? You can see the ball keeps going long. It's trying to basically just stretch the gap between Arsenal's defence and Arsenal's midfield. But again, if the ball doesn't stick, it's going to keep coming back at you.
Corner swung in and cleared away. Nketiah cannot link up with the Arsenal front line, and this will be a worry for Indominator as the clock ticks down, and the more it does, the more it ticks closer to 3 precious points for Galatasaray in this battle at the bottom of Group B. Pepe now. Martinelli just hassled at the back there. Arsenal players and fans looking toward the referee, but nothing doing there.
You can see that the more that ball goes up to Gomis, the issue is that there's nobody up there with him. And I think looking at the way that this game's going at the moment, Indominator's playing against a player who's happy to let him have the ball. So it's not coming out of his own shell as Gomez looks to try and get forward.
Almost sneaks the ball away from Tierney there. What can Martinelli produce here? Cuts inside, the strike gets in, and oh no, that is a horrible way to concede. Heartbreak for Mujahid. A horrible deflection off of his own man. Takes the ball into the back of the net, but Indominator will not mind. It's 1-1.
The issue there, it was one part of it was the deflection. The other part is that he was taking control of his own goalkeeper to block the controlled shot that he knew was coming. So, unfortunately, as you can see there, ball goes through the legs of one midfielder, comes up to Martinelli. You can see the controlled shots coming. You can see the dummy was there to try and dislodge the defence. Dummy again. And you can see it's the manual goalkeeping that just trickles into the corner. And again, Indominator's not going to mind.
Come on, Martin.
Indominator's not going to care. You can see he's finally with the words out of his mouth about Martinelli. It is about time.
We've been tuning his sights for the longest time this game, but in the end it needs the help of a Galatasaray member to find the back of the net, and that has changed things in the group table as so. Arsenal would still be in front on goal difference. Martinelli, though, wants all 3 points!
Finally, Gabi!
It took a while to tune the sights, but the sharpshooter finds the net. From 1-0 down to 2-1 up and a possible 3 points in the matter of moments for the Gunners. Huge relief, it's 2-1.
Yeah, and you can tell the relief that was there from Indominator. He knows how important that goal is. And again, we talk about, dislodging players out of their place. So once that first goal goes in, the doubt starts to creep in a little bit. Normally, you would see Martinelli take the ball back the way it's come, maybe dummy out, maybe turn and take a shot on. Instead, the smart play is take it the other way, completely take the defender out of the game, and Martinelli finds the corner in the back of the net. It's great play.
Let's listen to the relief.
Martinelli! Finally, Gabi! Come on, boys!
Finally, Gabi. Heartbreak, of course, for Mujahid, who held strong for the longest time, and he might yet get an equaliser here. Here is the goal scorer. Cuts inside, double touch. Babel is there!
Bravo, Maestro!
2-2, this clash between these two clubs is not over yet. The advantage is flipping back and forth. But it is Ryan Babel who equalises things for Galatasaray.
You don't give up. Regardless of how much time's left on the clock, you do not give up. Brilliant double touch, take it back inside. It's rolled into the back of the net. And again, all of that energy that was there for Arsenal just sapped out of the room by Ryan Babel, of all people, off the bench. And you'll see...
Nice!
I mean, it's a non-plus. It's a non-plus celebration from Mujahid. He's like, you know what? I've just equalised last minute. It doesn't mean anything. It's crazy. The parallels or the opposites between both sides, unbelievable.
Will there be a chance for a last attack? The referee says yes, but it is squandered seemingly by Arsenal, and that is game 1 in the books. Both players with the opportunity to seize all 3 points and neither taking them. You can see the stats as we make it official.
And a quick announcement today.
Oh, Wes, I mean, a frantic final moment there from, well, Mujahid and Indominator, and you can see the wry smile. The points were left on the table there, you have to say, by both Mujahid and the captain Indominator.
And again, we talk a lot about when you stay switched on in games. You have to stay on everything until the final whistle, regardless of whether you've just scored, regardless of if it's injury time, especially in eFootball. Of course, if you've got the ball, it will just keep ticking over. It's a wonderful goal to start us off here in the highlights brilliant double touch, just baited the defender into making an error, and Mujhid found himself 1-0 up. But again, it was then a case of Galatasaray just basically their rear guard being almost their man of the match up until the first goal of Arsenal going in. It was very much just a case of clear your lines, keep clearing them, and hopefully it'll all kind of work out. And again, it was a great performance from both players there.
It was indeed. Martinelli had opportunities in the first half and also in the early stages of the second. You hear the frustration from Indominator, just wanting his ace in the hole to try and find strikes away on goal. And that one, as you rightly saw, palmed away by Muslera. I'll have to readjust my contact lenses, I think, Wes, because I missed that one at the time. But there were chances for Arsenal. They were knocking on the door. And then, of course, late on, we see the most wicked of deflections for Muslera to finally be broken down. Finally, Martinelli is the shout for Indominator, but this is the one, Wes, that seemingly put the wind in the sails of Arsenal at the time. 89th minute, you think it's all over, and it's a cracking finish.
Yeah, you talk about presence of mind. We talk about doing things that aren't expected. And that was what we thought was the game winner. We thought that was it. And again, like we talked about, we've seen so many players take it into stride and go back the other way. And again, it's as simple as just turning in a different direction and your defender or your player, your opponent, not predicting it. But again, great play here to keep it alive. Gets it down to Babel, strokes it into the bottom corner. And yeah, brilliant way to kind of equalise. And again, it's a point. It keeps Galatasaray in the race.
Well, an incredible clash between captains in our first game at the bottom of Group B. And, I mean, that could not have been set up more perfectly for us. The ending was box office, and the captains share the points, Semra. It's up to the rest of the squad members now to try and see it over the line for either Arsenal or Galatasaray.
I tell you what, it was a very evenly contest, and it was a game that had a bit of everything in it, right? Comebacks, own goals, late dramatic equalizers as well. And as you say, it's a result that keeps things very much on the edge. It keeps us on the edge of our seats, and it makes for a very nail-biting finish to the end of Group B. We'll certainly see what's in store then, as these two teams, Arsenal and Galatasaray, are now level on 7 points. So they're equally as close to qualification as they are to elimination. So still all to be decided then. We'll see if something will happen then in this game, Game 2, to actually make it decided. Well, let's go ahead and see then who's going to feature for this one. And it's going to be Barbosa against Kepa. Well, this is an interesting one, isn't it? Barbosa is still searching for his first big W with Arsenal and also trying to chase down those first 3 points of the day for the Gunners. But on top of that, he's not the only one on a comeback trail here. Kepa's very much on a redemption trail himself, having lost the opening 2 games for him personally. So both of these two teams, as we said, it couldn't be even tighter between them right now. It couldn't be any closer between them. And it could come down to these two men right here and making all the difference as to who goes home and who goes on.
It could well. I mean, if you're either of these two, you were hoping your captains could have done you a favor, but now all the pressure in the pressure cooker is in the hands of these two players, Wes. You've got to bring home a result. More impetus has to be put on Kepa from the Galatasaray side, because we've said before, goal difference. Arsenal can use 3 draws here to sneak themselves into the knockout stages because they are up on the goal difference. So if there's a time for Kepa to step up here for his new club, Galatasaray, it's right here, right now. He has to prove to the fans that he was a worthy signing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if there's a player who has like an A game and can bring it to the party, it's Kepa. Kepa, over the course of the last few years and over the last few seasons and tournaments that we've seen him in, has the ability to bring a game that will down a lot of mainstays within the eFootball Pro, Championship Pro community. So if now is a time that you need to call on that kind of championship mentality, now's the time. As if you're Barbosa, on the other hand, you have to go and prove and take on that, that 2-0 down that you took the ability that you've got to then, bring that comeback back on, you've now got to figure out, how do I then start off the game like that?
Well, game 2 is locked and ready to go. We kick off with Galatasaray on the front foot already. Gomes has a teammate in there. It was Artukoglu, I believe, waiting. And he's got the ball back here as well early on. Signs of intent here from Kepa. He wants to put the pressure on the North London club early on, as Artukoglu is almost in again. And Anholt on that far side is dispossessed by Ødegaard. We, of course, forgot to say thank you to Semra. Thank you, of course, to Semra for keeping us on track in the studio. We'll have another chance to chat to her after the game. But for now, it is all about Kepa and Barbosa. The scene is set. The points shared in game 1 in what is essentially a battle for qualification in Group B. Arsenal attacking from right to left in their home strip, and it's good to see Tierney out on his more favoured left side now, Wes.
Yeah, and I think that's something to kind of talk about is, there's their primary positions that these players can play in, and then the secondary positions that they can play in as well. I was just pausing there to see whether a chance is on there, but they have secondary positions that they can play in, and they are still proficient there, but they won't be as highly rated there. So, again, if you're Arsenal, you might be looking at having Tierney being a slightly quicker option through the middle, depending on who you're playing against. So that might explain the reason why Tierney goes at centre back for some games. Sometimes it goes to left back on others.
Well, Martinelli, the villain turned hero in game 1. Arsenal fans will be hoping he's found his virtual shooting boots here. Here's the league table. Of course, this is including as things stand. Roma and Barcelona sitting pretty watching this unfold. All but qualified at this point. But Galatasaray coming forward now. Gomes has a man to find. He's going for goal on his own. Something tells me, Wes, this is going to be a bit more of a conventional game of eFootball that we're used to seeing. It's going to be attack, attack, attack from both sides. No bother about keeping the ball. Let's take all the risks and get ourselves some really solid chances as once again Galatasaray press forward.
I think now is the time to take those risks. I think if you think about it this way, you spoke about Arsenal only needing 3 draws to get through. On the flip side of that, if you were Arsenal and you win this game, you've then got to leave Galatasaray to win heavy-handedly in the last game. And again, if Galatasaray go and win this game, Arsenal have to win the next game just to get there. Even if it's only 1-0 here for say, a Kepa result, it then lends itself to potentially a very defensive performance come around in game 3. So it's all to play for here, and I think this game will be the critical one here. This will set the tone for game 3.
Long ball to Emile Smith-Rowe. Lacazette has Gabriel Martinelli. A huge goal from Pedro Barbosa. It was coming for the longest time. Barbosa finally finds the lead in the eFootball Championship Pro 2022 group stages. Advantage to the Arsenal.
It's that man again. It's Martinelli, and again, it's finding those passes. And again, it was the additional touch he took before he plays the ball to Martinelli, which we'll see here. It's a good through ball here. Smith-Rowe gets it into the middle here. Now, rather than playing the ball straight away, instead he takes a turn, takes the defender out of the game, then plays the ball in. It's a great finish in the end. And again, not that you'll probably need subtitles for what's going to come next for the goal reaction, but advantage very much with Arsenal at this point in time.
Headphone users beware.
Come on, Pedro, come on.
Don't worry, the chair is still there. He's found it once more. But Barbosa with a huge show of emotion there. He knows how big that goal could be. His 4th of the season has changed the complexion of the group as things stand. But first of all, here is Artukoglu. On the ball again here for Galatasaray. Advantage played by the referee as well. Gomes! The immediate reply. The trademark celebration. Kepa says, do not forget about me, Galatasaray fans. The equaliser is there, and this tale just keeps on twisting and turning. It's 1-1 now.
Yeah, it's time for my favourite eFootball celebration. Bafétimbi Gomes. Again, neat little play, takes the defender out. Advantage was given. Gomes just steals a little bit of space, and we talk about taking opportunities when they're presented. This is summed up in its entirety. If you look there, Thomas Partey is about to get back and make that challenge on Gomes. Instead, Gomes pulls the trigger, and there it is, the famous Panther celebration. Delighted to see it, and now all bets are off once more. We are back to level pegging, and we're back to a bit of a cagey affair again.
1 goal apiece, and I dare say, I mean, you used the word cagey. I'm not sure. I think this one has just opened up nicely for us here. Goal number 3 of the season from Kepa. Very low numbers, a low output from him so far. I remember last season him scoring 4 in 1 game. So he would love to score a lot more than he has so far this season. And you feel maybe that Galatasaray are going to need that if they are going to feature in the knockout stages. If you're just joining us, 4 teams per group, but only 3 knockout places. It's a game of musical chairs here, Wes.
Yeah, this type of game, though, will probably suit Barbosa. If you cast your mind back to national duty with Portugal, you know, possession gameplay was prevalent all the way there. So I think, you know, if he can tap into that game plan, Arsenal will be sitting pretty. But again, if Kepa can tap into his own game plan, we could have goals on the horizon.
A reminder, these 2 clubs as things stand tied on 8 points, but Arsenal have the superior goal difference. So the longer these 2 clubs remain level, the more Galatasaray are going to have to pull something out of the bag. Van Aanholt with a stunning cross in. Can he find a teammate? He can! And the ball is out of play, but the referee has seen enough of the first half. Worrying signs to end the half for Arsenal, and Barbosa, I think he's quite lucky to get away with that one.
It's a big save from Bernd Leno. Again, you know, you talk about clinical nature, and it was what Dominator spoke about, you know, in the opening VTs that we saw from Arsenal, talking about that we need to be more clinical. There's no more clinical than having 1 shot, 1 on target and a goal. Meanwhile, Kepa seems to be turning up the heat a little bit more.
So we've passed the halfway mark then in this deciding match between Arsenal and Galatasaray. Second half of game 2 will enter us into the second half of the match overall. We have game 3, of course, to come after this. Kepa versus Barbosa. It's been a thriller so far. What mysteries await us in the second half, I wonder. Bafétimbi Gomes has Artokoglu in here as well, and the goalkeeper has gone the wrong way. Artokoglu found the back of the net for Galatasaray, and you can see the reaction from Barbosa. He has work to do now. Galatasaray 2-1 up.
That is a massive goal. Again, interception in the midfield, couple of back heels, gets the ball in, sees the manual goalkeeper coming an absolute mile off. So rather than, and again, as we talk about, you know, gameplay aspects from an eFootball standpoint, if you're playing at home and you see somebody go to a manual goalkeeper, the easiest thing to do, go to their near post, because they never go far post. So as a result, he's just slammed it home. Artokoglu, again amongst the goals for Galatasaray, now gives them a 2-1 lead, gives them a platform to go off of.
Well, I posed the question, what mysteries will await us in the second half? There's one more twist in this story. Add that to the collection. It's been back and forth, back and forth. The first game was no different. 2-2 between the captains in Dominator and Mujahid. And here we are in game 2. This time, advantage Galatasaray. The goal scorer on the ball now. An Anhalt inside, but it will be kicked into touch, and it will be a throw-in deep in the Arsenal territory here.
Yeah, now come the changes. Now you'll see on the bench there, it's Eddie Nketiah, Nicola Pepe, and I think it's Mohamed El Neni, who are the 3 that are on the substitutes bench for Arsenal that you'd look as players to come off the bench. You can see slight changes, taking off of individual tactics. A counter-target no longer a factor. Counter-target, for those who are unaware, it keeps players forward in the offensive half. It also doesn't stat their stamina as much either. So, again, Bobos are looking to maybe try and take the handbrake off a little bit here.
Well, the handbrake is off, but how quickly can he move through the gears?
The attendance for this match was 71,898.
Lacazette on that far side. Here is the group table. As things stand, that would lift Galatasaray up into 3rd position. Artakoglu from deep! Oh my word! That is an absolute beauty! Pick that one out, Wes!
What a goal! That is from, I can only describe as downtown. That is a fantastic finish. And again, the bravery to pull it off. It's not just the skill to go with it. It's to go, hey, actually, I'm going to try this here because, you know, why not? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant strike. Top corner, pick that out. That will certainly be in a forerunner, or at least in the eyes of those watching, potentially could be looking at a goal of the day contender.
Welcome to Galatasaray, Kepa. He has well and truly announced his arrival, and I seem to remember as well, on international duty, him scoring similar goals by taking those risks from far away. When you have no pressure on you, Wes, you can pick those types of finishes out, can't you?
Well, here was the thing. We were talking at length. We were talking about Kepa and bringing A games and the ability to bring that championship mentality. Let's not forget who Kepa is as an individual, you know, in terms of his litany of titles, his litany of great performances that we've seen over the years. He potentially could have just hauled his team into a very favourable position going into the last game. Obviously, if this game stays the same, there's still time and you know, opportunity on the clock here. It's just a case of whether he can keep the back door closed here.
5 on the season then for Kepa from Galatasaray. He'll win himself a cheap goal kick here as well. And the question is, Wes, we have to look at this in the bigger picture here. Goal difference comes into this. So if you're Kepa, do you go in search of more while Barbosa is chasing the game? I mean, the answer that springs to mind for me has got to be yes.
Well, here's the thing with that goal. If my maths are correct, it's flipped that goal difference discussion. So now Arsenal don't have the goal difference. So I think at this moment in time, I think it's a -5 for Galatasaray and a -6 for Arsenal. That's how close this group is.
El Nene cannot find an Arsenal man, but it's been ricocheted back to Pepe here. Good defending, though, by Kepa. Will just be a corner to defend now.
Yeah, so every goal is swinging this table violently. If it's not the points that are being decided, it's the goals that are being decisive. And again, there's still time on the clock here. We saw Barbosa's powers of recovery in the first game that he played today, being 2-0 down, getting it back to 2-2. Can he do the same here? Can he haul himself back into this game?
15 in-game minutes to hold on to a 2-goal lead and a precious 3 points for Galatasaray. Nketiah As Pepe through the middle here, potentially one back for Arsenal. There is still time for this game to flip again. Arsenal second. They're within 1 goal now, Wes. 13 minutes left, surely not.
We've seen it before from Barbosa. We've seen it earlier on today. Again, it's talking about these opportunities and not playing the most obvious ball there. You can see the manual goalkeeper was flicking on and off from Kepa. It didn't matter to Barbosa. He knew where this ball wanted to go. He knew what he wanted to do. And again, goal difference now back with Arsenal, but vitally the points aren't. So again, it's just too finely balanced here to call exactly how this is going to play out. We've still got time on the clock in this game. The result could still change. Points could still change. I'm almost combusting in the commentary box as to how exciting this actually is for me, because there's no way to call this at this point.
Well, if it is as you say it is, then that goal from Barbosa could be huge in the landscape of who makes it out of Group B. 5 on the season for the man from Portugal. Ten in-game minutes to go, and to hold on here for Kepa.
Don't be surprised to see him try and kill this game off, just for points rather than anything else. He doesn't at this point. At this moment in time, the points are more important than the goal difference for Kepa. So if I was Kepa, I'd be taking his bus, his tank. I'd be putting and parking them in front of the goal, like rigorously at this point, because there's getting 3 points here is more important than the goals.
Something tells me you're right, but Barbosa wants to make things absolutely certain here. Nketiah can try and turn in the box. A nervy 5 in-game minutes then. Don't be surprised to see an explosion of emotion coming out of Barbosa if that equaliser is still to come. Artukoglu just cannot get past the midfield of Arsenal at this moment in time, and it's just one-way traffic. Nketiah over to Pepe. Will retrieve the ball here, has skill moves in the bag as well, but good tackling by Kepa. 3 minutes added on, and just get it up here and make sure that the ball stays away from your own half. And there is the final whistle. Kepa has taken 3 points with 3 goals. It was a hearty fight back from Barbosa, but it was not enough to see the points go back to North London. And Kepa, that is a vital 3 points for Galatasaray now.
That's a massive, absolutely massive, not only from a team standpoint, but from a personal standpoint for Kepa. Again, would probably have wanted to have righted the wrongs of some of the performances that he's put in. Certainly has done so there. I mean, it started off well here for Arsenal. Martinelli was all free scoring at this point in time. We saw it go in. We thought, oh, okay, half an hour gone. The very vocal celebration from Barbosa very much feeds off of energy when he's playing. Great through ball here, and Martinelli tucked it away. And we genuinely looked as though it was all going to be Arsenal until this.
In the 33rd minute, 34th, I should say, from Gomes. To make it 1 apiece. It was going to be heartbreaking, I think, when you look back at the season so far for Barbosa. Just the 1 point to his name. If the journey is to end here in the group stages for Arsenal, he would be very disappointed with his personal performance thus far. There was the end of the first half. It was 1 apiece, and then Kepa came to life in the second half, didn't he?
Yeah, he found that inner strength that we've seen from him so much. Great finish here. Again, That's an underrated finish. Not because you're thinking, oh, well, a manual goalkeeper's moved the keeper out of the way. It's more important to get a strike on target at that point. You could easily try and find a corner where it's moved to, but this is a stroke of brilliance.
Just gets inside his man, and no amount of manual goalkeeping is able to stop the strike from so far away. Absolutely beautifully hit. And once he beats his man inside, he knows he has free rein on the goal, and it's easier said than done. But to find a finish like that was absolutely beautiful. Then it was just a consolation in the end, wasn't it, Wes, from Barbosa? But as we said about goal difference, could be very vital.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's now a case of in the final game, have Arsenal got it in them to beat this Galatasaray side, or can Galatasaray essentially grind it out? If it's only going to require, I think it's a point from Galatasaray in the final game that will take this away from Arsenal. Arsenal have to win. They're in a must-win scenario. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, a must-win scenario then in the next game, Semra. Game 3 is going to be a vital one for Arsenal if they want to see themselves in the knockout stages.
It doesn't get much more exciting than this, does it? It's all to play for. Winner takes all whenever it comes to qualifying for the next round, and it all goes down to the wire. The final game of the match between these two clubs, and one of them will go through while the other one will unfortunately have to leave it there for the season. So let's see then who is going to feature for this final game of match 2. And by now, I'm sure you know who it's going to be. The only two players left to square off against one another. It's going to be Venom against Joel. Now, Venom will need to put some venom in his performance if he's to take something from this. He is yet to pick up 3 points for Arsenal. And as we've heard from both of you there, they need to get those 3 points on the board if they're to stand any chance of going through and making it come down to goal difference. Having said that, he's only scored 1 goal so far this campaign. When it comes to Joel, he's also in a similar position in that he's only suffered 2 defeats, no wins for him, 2 goals to his name as well. So you would think that it could be a low-scoring, tight encounter, but really these two, they need to go full tilt. They need to go all the way to do what they have to in order to get those 3 points or the goals to make sure that they're the ones to go through. It could be a really interesting one to see if they let themselves go a bit in this one.
Yeah, you can't leave anything out on the virtual pitch in this game, Semra. It absolutely has to be a huge performance from Venom and from Diol on the other side as well. If there was a matchup, though, Wes, if you were looking for in an Arsenal camp, you're looking at Venom go up against the debutant Diol, who has not picked up a point yet in the competition. You would say, yeah, okay, we'll take that. If that's what it takes to qualify, they'll be licking their lips.
Yeah, if these games were played on paper, absolutely. If we didn't have to go through the game and we just decided it based on resumes within eFootball, this one would be a slam dunk and it would be Venom all day long. However, we can't discount Dijol's performance against Stifler. If I remember rightly, last minute winner that stopped him from getting a point on the board last week. And again, we can almost write off the game against Roxa because Roxa came all guns blazing against him and shut him down completely. So now I think we'll see a real test of what Dijol is all about, and more importantly, what he's learned from last week. Because last week, the nerves would have been there. It's his first game, and everything would have been there, sitting up kind of in a pressure situation. Now that's off. Let's see how he can perform. But for Venom, again, all the pressure again falls onto him. He knows what's required. He knows what he needs to do. It's whether he can go out and execute. And it's all about execution at this point. Who can go out and execute their game plan on the biggest stage under the biggest pressure?
Well, we'll have a chance to chat not only to Semra after the game, but also to the players as we kick off our 3rd and final game between Arsenal and Galatasaray. The latter are in the driver's seat, as you see there, 11 points. If it were to stay, a draw would take them up to 2nd. But for now, Ødegaard is coming forward for Venom. He's going to have to be doing a lot of that this game, Wes, because Arsenal, they need to win this game.
Yeah, and that's the critical point here. Do Arsenal push early and try and get a goal, and then try and maybe quell any attacks that are coming from De Jong, or more importantly, can De Jong nick a goal very early on and then secure a victory?
Well, he's coming for it, and Bafétimbi Gomis is there! Absolute scenes all the way back to Turkey. The mountain that Arsenal have to climb now is absolutely gargantuan. It's 1-0.
In a gaming David versus Goliath, David hits the first goal. Brilliantly moved from De Jong. Again, we talk about displacing players from their game plan. One back in midfield. You see Bafétimbi Gomis is the obvious runner. Instead, there's another runner that's off him. I think it might have been that man again, Aktoglu. It gets the shot off, parried into space, but you saw because Gomis is already making that run, he's already latched on to where this is going to be. You'll see him right side of your picture, perfect camera angle to see it. Bafétimbi Gomis to mop up the scraps and to steal a goal away here. And now it's all for Arsenal to do.
All for Venom to do. Third goal of the season from the man tasked with sending Galatasaray into the knockout stages. Good build-up. He's looking silky to start this game 3. But for Venom, he has to get after it here. A draw is not good enough for Arsenal to make it through to the knockout stages of Group B. From Group B, I should say, is some potential early changes. Just to pause, though, from the Arsenal side. Galatasaray corner to be dealing with first. Here is that league table. Galatasaray would sit at the top, dumping Arsenal out in 4th place. Still a lot of eFootball to play. It is a cutthroat competition, not only because there are only 3 spots per group to the knockout stages, but it is 1 versus 1 now. You are on an island out there, and Venom will be feeling the pressure. Here comes Diol. Aktoglu looking for Gomis at that far post. Goes for goal instead. And Venom, manual keeping, absolutely vital there to prevent it being 2.
I think if De Jong had that one back, when he watches that back on replay, he'll see Bafétimbi Gomis just loitering with intent.
Well, here he is winning the header, but it is over the bar. And I thought for sure Wesley was going to square it, but maybe a bit of double bluff coming in.
Yeah, that's the gamesmanship kicking in from both players here. But if you're De Jong, you now know that your opponent has to score 2. So it's not a case of you've got too much to really worry about here, because if you go a goal down, it's okay. Well, or if you take a goal on, it's like, okay, well that's only 1. But it's this counter attack from Galatasaray. They've got to make the most of these chances that they're going to have as the ball goes into the box. But Arsenal are going to have to get going here relatively quickly.
They absolutely will. You can see the club stats from the season so far. 3 wins for Galatasaray is the big difference maker here in Group B. Roma and Barcelona, the obvious heavy hitters. We saw them prove themselves after match day 1. But it really does come down to this one game of eFootball here. Smith Rowe on the edge. It will come to Kieran Tierney far up the pitch. Bafétimbi Gomis now. Diol, he has black shirts forward here. Sikaldu is here as well. Gomis can maybe latch onto this. Goes around the keeper, off the bar. Or off the post, I should say. The framework. Once again, coming to Arsenal's aid this time around.
Yeah, the groundsman's going to need to do something about that post because the whitewash is going to need some replacing on it after today.
Strike from distance, not doing there for Diol. But I have to say, very impressed when you consider Diol yet to register a win in this competition so far when his team needs it most. He is stepping up. Artikoglu goes for goal, and from the angle looked like it might just creep into that top corner, but in the end it's well wide.
Well, we can speak to a confidence flowing through this Galatasaray side. It started with Mucihit coming back from almost last minute peril, and then you've got Kepa who's solidified it by getting a win on the board, and now De Jong, I would say arguably taking a shock lead very early on, which is breeding all the confidence. All the pressure is on Arsenal, all the pressure's on Venom here.
What can Venom do? It is all on his shoulders. His club's fate in this competition has some defending to do first, as once again Diol is in to make it 2 for Galatasaray. The new man this season, stepping up when his team needs it the most. A 2-goal cushion to defend now. A reminder, Arsenal need to win this game. But right now it is all Galatasaray, 2-0.
Yeah, and the focal point of this team, and I know that we mentioned Bafétimbi Gomis so much, but it's the ability to retain the ball at high ends of the field. The ball came to him, he's able to win the header, knock it back, and then recycle the ball. So it's that almost intangible quality that Gomez has for this Galatasaray side that's then allowing the runners to get forward, that's allowing to kind of almost take all the attention away from additional players around the field. It's great to see from De Jong to put this type of performance in so far. It's what has Venom got in the locker in terms of being able to recover from these scenarios. It's very rare that we've seen him in these types of almost kind of positions of peril.
Oh, what a ball that is. To get one last attack in of the half, potentially. For Galatasaray, it will result in a corner. And you have to concentrate here if you are Venom. This half is not done yet. Driven in at the near post. No match for Bert Leno, and that will signal the end of the first half of Game 3. Galatasaray, they have 1 foot, Wes, in the knockout stages if things stay the way they are now.
We're going to have to see an incredible comeback, which is not beyond the realms of Venom's powers. Let's not forget this. Like we can talk about how good the performances have been from De Jong so far, but let's not forget who he is up against. He's up against Venom. He's up against a seasoned, almost veteran of the esports scene within eFootball. There's going to be some twists and turns here, I can imagine. But De Jong is performing out of his skin here.
The second half is underway. It will be the final half for one of these 2 clubs in this season's eFootball Championship Pro. Arsenal need to find 3 goals without reply to book their ticket to the knockout stages. They have to win this game. So what can Venom do then? Smith Rowe in behind. First chance. Saved at the first time of asking. It will be a corner. Corner to be swung in. Nope, played short. Smith Rowe trying to double touch. Venom is in danger of becoming a little one-note with these skill moves. They look great, but it's been no match to the Galatasaray defence so far.
You just noticed there with Galatasaray, though, as I pointed out, Gomes allows or gives you the ability with this Galatasaray team to just allow your players to get forward and support him, because he's physically strong enough to be able to hold up against the likes of Gabriel, against the likes of Tomiyasu, against Granit Xhaka, those types of players. He's able to physically hold it up, and it brings players into the game.
Stunning cross then, looking for Atogoglu, and there's a third for Galatasaray! Arsenal's season flashing before their eyes. Galatasaray, they were looking, entering this competition like the unlikely lads of Group B, but they are pulling off an incredible result, a famous result here in this competition. Diol, who has yet to win, is up 3-0. And Venom can't believe it.
Yeah, the stunning cross certainly caught the goalkeeper out there. You saw bodies going for the jump and the ability to maybe head that. Goes all the way through, gets parried out, and Dejol's there just to tuck it home. Goalkeeper's on the floor. I think Arsenal's mood will be on the floor after this result. Galatasaray will be absolutely delighted with this performance. And again, we spoke about it before in terms of Dejol's performance. We can write off the Roxa result. We can write off a very tight game against Stifler, who has now become, you would almost say, he's almost the breakout star of the eFootball Championship Pro. Now Dejol is kind of showing, well, hey, actually, those were two very difficult games. Look at this performance, and gives us something completely different to write about here.
Number 66.
His team has needed him to step up, and he has delivered his most. Venom, though, still has time in this second half. The task is no different. Still needs to win. But the goals he needs are ever increasing.
The attendance for this match was 71,600.
Makes it stick again with Gomes. You can just see it all the time here.
So important to win that first ball, and Gomes is a useful card to utilise here for Galatasaray. It's about knowing your club and their lineups inside and out. Here is Martinelli, though. Just nothing going right here for Venom. I mean, has been a terrible result of this game so far. He'll be hoping for a swift turnaround, but there are black shirts pouring forward. Plenty of options here for the Turkish club.
But he doesn't need to do a lot here, Dejol. He can essentially clock watch here. But obviously, I don't think he'll be going for that. But to talk a little bit about kind of Venom's gameplay in terms of the points you pointed out about the skill moves and about them being, they're nice to look at, but sometimes they're a little bit unnecessary. It's, as we said, there's times and places for those skill moves. Is it in the right situation? Do you pull off a double touch? Do you pull off a step over? Do you throw a dummy? Do you throw a super cancel? It's knowing those situations to pull those off in. And Dejol looks like he's gone away from last week's performance and gone, hey, actually, I didn't show the right level that I can do, and has certainly come back with a vengeance here and has doled out a massive result if it stays that way. We still have 20 minutes to go. Venom has got time to be able to make something work here, but again, if you're looking at Galatasaray, they're looking very, very comfortable right now.
Number 67. Substitutions taking place.
Timer ticking down. If we are going to see an unlikely comeback performance, it has to start soon. Feghouli recently introduced for Galatasaray. Arsenal, though, have a chance to come forward now. Martinelli shrugs off his man, and the second here as well. Still has the ball. before the intervention from Diol and his defensive men. Starting to grow into this game is Venom, but it may be too little too late as once more the ball is cleared. I don't want to jinx them, Wes, but we're going to start to have conversations soon about how Galatasaray can fare in the knockout stages. For now, though, we'll focus on this game 3. Nketiah with Odegaard! Oh, no! I think that sums up Venom's day. Odegaard had all the time to run onto it, but it is flashed wide.
Yeah, to your point, if we're starting to ask questions of Galatasaray, you can see the wry smile from Venom. I think even he knows that everything that he's tried just hasn't pulled off in this game. I think to ask, I'd probably say if you would take a straw poll around the two groups, I think Galatasaray is not a team you want to be coming up against, especially in a best-of-3 scenario, because we've seen they can dole out some punishment, they can dole out some damage, and it seems to be Harry on here again.
Oh, it could be 4, but for some divine intervention by way of Tomiyasu. Pepe once more with his skill moves, trying to beat his man. He's beaten the first. Is there a second to come? There is, and he's gone down. There is a penalty awarded to Arsenal. And quite simply, it's one you have to tuck away.
If you took it away, you've then got to run after the ball as quickly as you can.
Well, it's going to be Bert Leno to take it. Goalkeeper versus goalkeeper. And it's saved! The clean sheet is something that Diol definitely wants. Corner taken quickly, but it has just been one of those days. '90th minute now.
There will be 3 minutes added time.
3 minutes added on, and Odegaard has the ball, but I think at this point Venom's only chance to salvage anything from this game is to go for potentially goal of the day. Martinelli now. Odegaard is there. He's turning. Still can't get his shot away. Perhaps some gamesmanship there to end the competition for S-Venom and Arsenal. They will finish bottom of Group B. They will not feature in the knockout stages, but there is a club who will, Wes. And it is Galatasaray. What a brave and courageous performance by them here in this deciding match.
Yeah, very much took us by surprise. Like we said, if it was done on paper, you'd have had Venom all day long. However, it's that intangible quality of the people in between the sticks. And it's like we said, it's a great ball through to open the scoring. And like I said, no better kind of camera angle to see Gomez peeling off, just banking on the goalkeeper parrying it into path. And again, just there, it could have potentially have been 4. It's great save in truth, but again, Galatasaray, Dejol for his money was fantastic, and they have recovered well from how they played, from both Kepa and from a Dejol standpoint. They both have performed way better than they did last week, and I suppose that's kind of given Mucci a little bit of breathing room to go, actually, okay, well, I'm no longer carrying the burden of trying to be, the talisman. Instead, my team are now coming with me, and it's great to see. I mean, you can see there 8 goals over 3 games from a variety of different players, and again, Dejol was just all over everything. And again, fair credit and fair play to Dejol for coming back from those 2 disappointing results and finds his level that he needed to find.
Well, we just saw the third and final goal of Galatasaray's game 3. There was a penalty, of course, late on, but I mean, what an amazing performance from Diol, Semra. We'll bring you back in because, my word, What an incredible game that was. I did not expect to see that whatsoever from Diol. When he needed to win, he pulled it out of the bag. Incredible.
I almost wonder if he also thought that he could pull off something like that, because they really needed him to show up in a big way, and show up in a big way he did. It was a resounding victory. Those 3 goals, keeping out the penalty, keeping a shutout at the back as well. It's quite a way to make a statement in this performance in this tournament. And I think not just for him, but obviously for Galatasaray, who are now looking like they could be potential dark horses as they now advance into the knockout stages of the competition. Galatasaray clearly have done quite well there by bringing in this new addition and rookie in Dejol, who is looking very impressive indeed. Well, here's a quick look back at the results from the 3 games of match 2. It was a draw in the opening game, then it was a victory for Galatasaray that set them up for that 3-0 hammering in the end in game 3 that did get them over the line in the end. As we said, it was all to play for in that final game. It did go down to the very bitter wire between these two sides. And I think you're right. Not many people would have suspected that it would have been the Turks to really flip the script here and deny Arsenal the chance of making it to the knockout rounds for yet another year.
Yeah, Wes, I mean, what an incredible set of games we just had. As you mentioned in the post-game analysis, I think the big winner here is Mujahid, knowing that he doesn't have to take all the points and take every win for the club that he's captaining this season. A second season, of course, in the league now for him. But Diol and Kepa stepping up alongside him.
Yeah, I think that'll be the big learning for Mujahid. I mean, we've talked at length about the powers of Kepa and how he can perform in 1v1. It's now time that we've seen it, which is great for, if you are a Galatasaray fan, you might have thought last week, actually, should we have brought Kepa in? You absolutely should have. And Dejol, again, kind of pulling his A game out of his back pocket. Again, brilliant performance in the final game. So again, for Mujahid, I think the big learning for the captain is I'm not alone. Like I can look to my teammates to pick points out and to get points on the board. And as you can see, temporarily at least, Galatasaray at the top of the table. Of course, Arsenal, the first team to be eliminated from the eFootball Championship Pro. It would be a bitter pill for them to swallow.
Yeah, the inquest will continue in the Arsenal camp as to what went wrong, maybe setting up their dream team incorrectly. Who knows, but there is confirmation Galatasaray now cannot be knocked out of the top 3, as our final match of Group B will be between Roma and Barcelona. Still to come, Semra, but it'll be celebrations, I think, in Turkey as Galatasaray. They've made it out of this group.
I can imagine it will be big celebrations indeed. And Wes, I believe you're also going to talk to both team captains now, in Dominator from Arsenal as well as Mujahid from Galatasaray. So let's see what they have to say, because I really am fascinated to hear how they look back and analyse what we just witnessed there for match 2 and what, of course, those results mean for those respective clubs.
Yeah, we are joined by Dominator. Thank you very much for joining us once again. Commiserations to Arsenal for being kind of the first team out of the eFootball Championship Pro to kind of narrow in on the game with Galatasaray. Were you guys surprised by the level of skill that Galatasaray brought in terms of their defensive abilities, their abilities to hit on the counter? Were you surprised by how good they were?
To be honest, I'm not surprised how good they are. We knew on forehand that every team which is participating in this tournament is very good. They all have very great individuals, and yeah, for us it's just unlucky that it ends here today. And I have to say we couldn't reach our A game, all 3 of us. I have to say very poor results, even embarrassing to only get 7 points out of 9 matches. But apparently we weren't ready, I think. And I have to give full credits to my opponents, all our opponents, for executing the games very well. That's the only thing I can say. No excuses. We can only blame ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the chances we saw on our screens, I was going to say we saw the slight deflection in from Martinelli. We saw relief on your face at that point. We saw you talk about, being more clinical as time went on. However, it just seemed to be, a post hit here, a manual save there that was really costing you guys. Is there much for you guys to kind of work on heading into potentially following season? Where do you guys go from here as a trio?
Like I said before after the match against Roma, for me personally, it's really important to be clinical in these matches, because the chances were there, both games for me. I think for all three of us as well. And again, the main issue it's not being clinical in the games where we have to be clinical, and yeah, that's the difference between us and our opponents. They were clinical and managed it very well. So yeah.
Yeah, well, we appreciate your time today in Dominator. Of course, commiserations once again. Hopefully, we'll see you guys again kind of further down the road, coming back as a trio for Arsenal.
Thank you.
Okay, we're about to be joined in the mix zone by Mucha Hit. Mucha Hit, congratulations, my friend. You can see the beaming smile on your face. How does it feel to be through after a dramatic kind of 3 games against Arsenal?
Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's amazing. We're really happy. Since last week we only thought about qualification. The only thing was in our minds was qualification. We believed it since last week, and I'm really proud of my teammates. They stepped up today. They showed what they can do. They got the wins. Yeah, we're really happy. I think we deserved it. We practiced a lot during the week. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've seen your goal here. It was very much it was almost like a bait and switch of a magician, where you just paused, you held your nerve, you waited, execute the double touch at the correct time, found the back of the net. I mean, we talked about your performances kind of at length, as being almost the talisman of this team. But today we saw the recovery powers of Kepa. We saw the recovery powers of De Jong as well. Talk to their performances today, given the fact that they had what we would probably say is a disappointing results in the previous week. How much work have they gone through, and how hard have they worked to get themselves these performances?
Since last week, we practiced a lot. As I said, we talked about our formations, choosing of players. We analyzed our games, opponents' games. We practiced a lot. We worked a lot. I think we deserved it. And I'm not surprised with how they played today, because I know how strong they are. They're here for a reason, and they showed it today. I'm really proud of their performance.
Yeah, and talking of performances, we saw a lot of my favourite eFootball celebration from Bafétimbi Gomis, and we saw a lot of good performances from your guys. Exactly how far do you think you can go in this competition? Do you think you can go all the way?
Yeah, I think that, as I said in the group draw live stream, I think we have the potential to beat every player in this tournament. We have the potential. We just need to show it like we did today, even though I didn't get the win. But yeah, I think we got the potential. We will keep practicing a lot, and we will try to show our game on the pitch, also in the knockout stage.
Yeah, we saw some fantastic goals. Kepa's one was very much one for the scrapbook. A massive congratulations to you and your team. Now you can put your feet up and watch the last game of the day, and we'll look to see you guys in the knockout stages.
Thank you. See you guys.
See you later, and thank you very much. Semra, back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Wes. Really interesting to hear Mujahid talking about visualization, the importance of positive affirmations and confidence as well, because it seems to have done the trick for them today as they go on to the next round. And so congratulations to them. And unfortunately, it's sorry to say goodbye to Arsenal then. Hopefully they come back and bounce back better and stronger for next season. Well, having said that, we're going to move right along then and head into our third and final match of the day. It involves 2 teams that are probably the strongest at the moment in this group. 2 players who are also the top scoring of the competition thus far. And on top of that, 2 teams that are very much going to be battling it out to finish first in this group, because of course by finishing first, that means that you head straight into the semi-finals. It's Roma, Barcelona next.
This week we have trained a lot, and our expectation is not about winning, but to bring on the beach our style and our gameplay.
they show to everyone that they are a good team. They have Roma, who was in the semi-final last season in Euro Championship. Steve and Gagliardo show they are the good players, and will be tough tomorrow. But we are Barcelona, and we will try to do the best. I hope we can manage to stay on the first position.
All right, well, there you have it. This is mouth-watering between AS Roma and Barcelona. I, for one, am very excited to see what this match day and this match-up actually throws up for us. So let's go ahead and see who's going to feature in game one between these two as they battle out for that top place in the group, and it's going to be Gallardo against Alex R. Gallardo, of course, his debut for the Romans hasn't quite gone to plan as of yet, still very much in search of his first 3 points. So he has talked earlier in the week about wanting to train with his teammates to play better, and he has been delivering on that promise by turning those defeats into a draw, at least earlier today. We'll see if he can convert that draw then into a big win for him. As for Alex R, the youngest player of the competition, he's also searching for his first 3 points as well as a Barcelona player this season. On top of that, though, the good news is there's been some positive signs. He's been creating loads of chances. He just needs to convert them. So taking a look at these two players who are relative newcomers to the competition, getting their feet wet for this match for these two clubs, it's an interesting one, isn't it? What do you think we can expect?
It is a very interesting one because now the shackles are off almost, because both of these clubs will be featuring in the knockout stages. It's just about who's going to finish the group in first place and who is going to be having to go through the quarterfinals. Because if you finish the group in first, Wes, you get the bye all the way through to the semis. So very important game. Although they're both qualified, still lots to play for here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at kind of two teams that are, you know, in terms of abilities, they're quite evenly matched, I would say. For my money, from what we've seen so far, they're very evenly matched. We've got a free score in Barcelona. We've got a kind of a resurgent Roma in terms of the way that they're grinding out performances. It's an interesting tell, but as you've said, it's going to be that top spot that's really the definition here, is that can you skip a stage? Can you play less games? And more importantly, will that impact them kind of down the stretch? If you play less games, you're going to be more fresh. Is that going to give you an easier run to the final? There's all of these different questions that we've got to kind of answer. But we still got 3 games that we've got to see. We've got to see how they play out. So we'll see who is going to kind of come out on top here. But as for the matchup, Gagliardo versus Alex R, you'd probably say two of the, I would say maybe the weaker players of their teams, but that's not to say that they are not bad players either. So again, it's kind of a show us what you can do here, because, you know, we saw with Alex last week, wasn't quite the kind of start he wanted. Gagliardo, we started to see him slowly turning the screw in terms of a good performance coming out. So now it's going to be a case of what can you do here, and that's going to be the key question, is who comes out on top here.
Well, thank you very much, Wes, and of course thanks to Semra in the studio as well, as we are moments away from kicking off our final match of Group B. It is a battle at the top of the table between AS Roma and Barcelona. You have Gagliardo, who earlier on today in the very first game of match day 2 was able to salvage a draw in a game against Barbosa. And on the other side, you have Alex R, who's been, well, chomping at the bit to get back in the hot seat and have his hands on the controller, Wes, because so far his season has really yet to get going.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's our first sight of Barcelona today as well, so I'll be trying to pick through the bones to see what feature players they've chosen to incorporate into their lineups. But again, from a player standpoint, it'll be interesting to see whether the break has helped out Alex R, whether it's a case that he'll know a little bit more about his squad, and more importantly, whether Roxa and the Palmer have kind of imported some knowledge onto him in terms of how to get the best out of this Barcelona team.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like you said, Abraham goes up for the header at the near post. That Barcelona, one of 3 clubs in the eFootball Championship Pro that had a premium club pack released. So potentially we can see some of those players displayed to us here in this match. Maitland-Niles gets round his man and forces the save. And that could have been absolutely beautiful.
I think Gagliardo's first response was, I think he thought he'd found the back of the net. It's a great dummy from Maitland-Niles. Gets through the legs of a defender. It's a big save. You'll see the reaction there. I think he thought that might have been in. But you can see focus right back onto it for this corner.
Yeah, corner to come after the nutmeg, and that is why we bring a player close to prevent the driven corner coming in.
Yeah, I think a couple of players may have learnt their lessons from last week and probably had enough of my ranting about trying to block this corner.
Oh, it goes dangerously towards the goal, and Gagliardo with a bit of a wry smile. It was Abraham with the chance, but it goes wide. There were players queuing up though, and I tell you what, for Alex R, he's very lucky that one of his own players didn't turn that into his own net there.
It's the width of a bar that stops that ball from going in. That might be the reason why we saw a wry smile, but it's whether Alex can get this pass and move going for this Barcelona team. We've seen it, and we've seen the abilities that Barcelona can exhibit. We've seen it from the Palma and from Roxa. Now can we see it from Alex R to get the full trio kind of rocking and rolling with this Barcelona team.
It's always fun to see the contrast in player styles as well. You'll see Gagliardo on the right-hand side of your screen, gesticulating, very passionate player. The same goes for Stifler and Irma as well. On the side of Barcelona, it has to be said, you have Roxa, you have the Palma, you have Alex R. All don't give too much away in terms of their expression while they're playing, which is going to make for a very intriguing game to read into, I dare say. Here is Ansu Fati, though. He's been very useful for Barcelona indeed, and a strong challenge will result in a Barcelona corner.
Yeah, Alex R starting quite positive, or positively, should I say, at the first kind of junctures of this game.
Depay with the corner, and it will be another one, this time on the far side. Depay to drive it in again. Aubameyang is the target, and almost worked out there for the Catalan club, but 21 minutes gone now. Good chances from either side, but no goals to show for it just yet.
Yeah, you can see with that corner that Aubameyang, or at least Alex R, had moved Aubameyang a little bit too far forward, and as a result, it was a reaching header going backwards, which is, it's an incredibly hard shot to pull off. But, you know, again, if you're looking at players who've been kind of at the forefront of good esports within eFootball, Aubameyang is right up there.
Mkhitaryan, wonderful pass to Zaniolo, and Neto called into action, not for the first time. That new card is very dangerous from deep, almost scoring here.
Yeah, but it's good manual save there. Big left boot on it from Neto in goal. You can see the wry smile from Gagliardo. You can just see it's almost a I can't believe he saved that. If you're looking for kind of body language experts at home.
Maitland-Niles with the strike. It's another boot. An advantage Roma. The corner not dealt with at all. The goalkeeper deciding to save low with his feet. And it bounces to the eventual goal scorer. It is Gagliardo 1, Alex R 0.
But you can see that coming from the first attempt of it, where we saw the Maitland-Niles kind of chance. It's a lucky save. It's a save that it gets bounced back into danger. You'd arguably want your goalkeepers either to try and smother that ball or to parry it out of play. Instead, it goes back into danger. Mkhitaryan's there, and again, if you're watching at home, again, it's one of those opportunities where you are just slamming the shoot button and just hoping that it hits the back of the net. Gagliardo, again, like we said, won't care a jot. It's 1-0 to Roma.
Fourth goal on the season for Gagliardo, but De Jong with a double touch. This is the Alex R we saw last season. Full of confidence and using his flair players. It's a shame, Wes, we didn't get to see the replay of the celebration from Gagliardo because he jumped out of his chair so quickly. It was only the chair left in his webcam, so would have been happy to see the Gagliardo disappearing act. But the main event, of course, is on the virtual pitch. It won't be any magic shows, aside from the magic conjured up by potentially this man, Zaniolo. Aubameyang. Seems to be breaking down for Alex R as we're just 10 in-game minutes away from the interval. It just seems to be breaking down before he gets a chance to go forward. Zaniolo with a deflected strike almost working out for him then. It just needs to find a way to penetrate this Roma back line because he's trying to force things here, is Alex R.
Yeah, and curiously, you've got Aubameyang that's playing left side, and again, if you to maybe take a page out of the Galatasaray playbook, you'd have your physical striker in the middle, and to try and maybe nullify a little bit of the kind of defensive prowess that you'll see at the back for Roma. The likes of Chris Smalling, Ibanez, like you would try and maybe nullify that. Instead, it looks like it's just Aubameyang out wide to try and maybe feed these players in. But as a result, it's kind of, again, keeps breaking down.
So here's the updated leading goal scorers. Of course, we have Group A action to come tomorrow, so you'll see the likes of Mestre, Lotfi and co try and score more goals and creep up that table. But for now, it's the two Barcelona men to come who are topping that particular chart. You have Stifler from Roma as well inside the top 10, but half-time rapidly approaching here into stoppage time now. Free kick from Roma. It's going to be whipped in, looking for Zaniolo, and last touch came off a Barcelona man. Here is that set play again. Maitland-Niles. Diawara this time to get the strike away.
Something tells me that's a little bit of gamesmanship. Because if you've tried to mark the one corner, you're completely leaving a man free on the edge of the box here. So if you're managing that corner, you're still going to have that opportunity to the edge of the box. And there you go. Oh, you can see the gamesmanship creeping in. Do you mark the one corner or do you mark the other? That's the issue you're going to have if you're Alex R. Because at the moment, Gagliardo, you can see very much in confidence, very much in the driver's seat. 9 shots, 7 on target. Granted, a lot of those are probably been from corners. However, very much in the driver's seat here. No shots, none on target for Barcelona.
Let's take a little listen then, I should say, to the headsets of the players.
Fai 2-0. Mai fermato. Ora fa giocare lui,
As you're Italian.
Devi stare attento.
No comments. Second half then kicks off. And I think it'll trouble Alex R that he hasn't really gotten going so far in this campaign, but also this game one. Can that change with this attack here? Fati beats 2 men, goes for goal as well, somewhat underwhelmingly in the end.
Had the space to do a lot more with that, Alex R did, but again, these guys are making split-second decisions based on what they see in front of them.
Depay with the stunning strike! And that's the Alex R we know and love from last season. The equaliser comes, Wes, and he did not hesitate. He pulled the trigger. And this second half is going to be absolute box office.
It's like we said, acting on instinct of what's in front of you. You could see that he'd queued up the stunning strike before the ball had even been received. So you knew exactly what he wanted to do there. It's a brilliant strike from Memphis Depay. Thundered into the back of the net, and it's a great equaliser of Alex R. But again, it's decisive. It's what you need to have in these scenarios is, this is what I'm going to do, and I need to make sure it's executed before even the opponent can even think about it. It's a great strike from him.
1-1 then. Will there be an immediate reply as Mkhitaryan's running through? Only his second of the season, but it could be vital as Barcelona, look to overthrow Roma at the top of Group B. And that's one thing Barcelona will want to see, Wes, is Alex R start to ramp up through the gears and find form entering the knockout stages with the introduction of best of 3.
Yeah, most definitely. They'll look to see some form out of all of their players going into it. And the reason why you mentioned Roma at the top of the table is, of course, Galatasaray have played all their games now. So although they are almost de facto top of Group B, they won't stay there because obviously it's mathematically impossible for them to stay there given the fact that we've got these games going on now.
Absolutely. I think Galatasaray will be watching this and will be hoping, if my memory serves, for Roma to win all 3 games, because that would of course put them in second in the group, finishing above Barcelona. I could be wrong in saying that, but sometimes I'm right. Here come Barcelona. Oh, Aubameyang! The turnaround! The comeback kid, Alex R, enters the lead. Game 1 is 2-1 to Barca. It's that instinct again, Wes.
Yeah, it is. And it's a great first-time finish. It's not allowing the defence to set. We earmarked Aubameyang as a player of interest purely off of historic bases through previous competitions, through previous iterations of this competition. Kitted out for Arsenal, was always a potent weapon, and it proved it once again for Barcelona. And Alex R now sitting with a 2 goals to 1 lead here, and again in kind of almost untapped territory in a 1v1 scenario. We'll have to see if he has the kind of the fortitude to kind of box this out, or even more so, add to his goal tally.
Well, this is one of those games you can just sit back and admire because both players playing at their top level. Abraham potentially could have got his strike away. I believe it was Zaniolo who appeared out of nowhere to strike the ball that's set up nicely for him. And look, he just beats everyone with his reactions to the ball. The 92 rated card of Zaniolo.
Don't forget, these guys will have used the trainers that came with those packs that were there, so that they will have bolstered these players selectively. As we look over, Barcelona haven't, by the appearance of it, haven't used any of them. They've actually stuck with their original kind of lineup, at least from Alex R's perspective, has utilised the players that he used last week. So again, talks to that kind of that choice that players have to make of, do you stick with what you know, or do you switch over to potentially incorporating some of those featured players? Again, at the moment, at least, it looks as though it's paying dividends for Alex R.
Corner taken very quickly to Abraham, front post. Roma are back in action. It's another featured player on the score sheet today. Gagliardo gets his second. And it's all level now in game 1.
Well, although he's got a man stood at the corner flag, it's anticipating where that corner's going to go. If you angle it out just a little bit, it's not going to make any difference if you don't get the player in the right position. So it was, I think it was Adama Traore that's out there that was able to not block the ball. So it just depends on where he's going to be stood. And again, it's almost a lottery deciding on where you think your opponent is going to put that ball, because you can't see what the opponent's doing, so you have no idea about where he's aiming it.
That equaliser from Roma has led to changes. You can see El Shaarawy introduced there for Zaniolo, and well, here's another super sub, Adama Traore, lovely turn, and it's back into the lead! Alex R is back! Not only in the lead, but also in the league. The silky skills return and his instinct is taking him through to the lead here once more.
That is an incredible piece of skill. And again, awareness to pull it off. Again, it's Adama Traore. First time spin. Oh, it's fantastic to take it away from Chris Smalling. He's left pretty much on his heels. Doesn't even know what way's up at that point. But Adama Traore certainly does. Pops it into the corner. It's a brilliant piece of individual skill. And gives Alex R the lead once more.
It just goes to show these pro esports players don't just do the fundamentals well, they do the silky stuff fantastically as well. Goal number 4 of the season. 3 of which have come in this game 1. And as it stands, Barcelona are taking 3 points away, heading into games 2 and 3. And Alex R, I think now he's hit the ground running in this competition. Wants to start joining his teammates at the top of the goal-scoring charts. Here is the live group table. And, well, now Galatasaray will be thinking, OK, then, Barcelona, if you could do us a favour and win all 3 games, then that would allow us to finish in 2nd place. But for now, we'll focus on the simple stuff, Wes, and that's the eFootball in front of us. Alex R, as much as he wants to chase goals, has to be astute defensively as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you've been potent in attack. You have been skillful in attack. Now you have to nullify what's going to come back down the other end. And there's not long left on the clock here, but we've seen games violently swing before in terms of goals in late stages of games. Even today, we've seen it a lot. We may see some here, some very late drama. Who knows?
Frankie de Jong with the double touch has the strength to ride the challenge as well. Abraham, Mkhitaryan can't quite bring the ball under his spell, but he'll win it back high at the pitch, and it is wide of the base of the post. Here is the chance again, Wes. Could have been an equaliser.
Yeah, it's big opportunity again. A little bit fortuitous. You can see Alex trying to get rid of the ball as fast as he could, or as fast as the game would allow him to. Just couldn't quite get it clear. Mkhitaryan rattles onto it, gets a shot off, just finds itself wide. Gagliardo will be annoyed that he hasn't found that opportunity. Still time here, though. Just be interested to see how he takes hold of it.
Well, Alex are still venturing forward. Pedri with the double touch. Read well there by Gagliardo. Just take a moment to enjoy the action we have ahead of us, not just in this game, as Pedri is beating several members, but is pressured well by Gagliardo, and Abraham with a lovely turn rides the challenge as well. Same does El Shaarawy! If there's a time to get an equaliser, there is no better than the 90th minute. Abraham, El Shaarawy combining for Gagliardo's equalising 3rd.
Yeah, you can see the movement. It was the through the legs, which you'll see here, letting it run past. And again, it's fortune. It's tired legs. It's not having the ability to clear the ball because your player doesn't realise he's got hold of it. And as a result, Roma are able to capitalise, take the ball past, have a very easy opportunity in truth. Still got to pop it away, though, as Stefan El Shaarawy. But, again, Gagliardo, Roma won't care a jot.
No puede ser, tío. Yes.
Alex are so disappointed to have potentially left a couple of points on the table. Gagliardo, though, great concentration and resiliency. And, well, there's time for both of these players to find a winner. Traore, lovely skills, double touch, again and again. And it will just bounce agonisingly wide. I believe the last touch came off of a Roma man, so still a corner to come. Depay on the corner will be driven in. Sergio Busquets. It's Alex R trying to keep possession of the ball for the entirety of stoppage time with past the minimum of 4 added on. And there is the referee's whistle. 6 goals between these two promising stars for these two clubs, Wes, but the points are shared.
Yeah, I think that's a fair result in truth. I think that the manner in which Gagliardo scored his third, granted it's not the cleanest of goals that he's going to have, but again, Roma will not care. They have themselves a point. They have themselves at least in the kind of pole position of this group, because again, had Barcelona won that game, they would have been level on points with Galatasaray and at the top of the table, and instead it's Roma that are kind of now a point behind Galatasaray. And again, you look at the fortune that was there, goal parried out into oncoming danger, and again Mkhitaryan was there to kind of pop that goal in. But we saw some very good goals on the Barcelona end of things, a lot of good skill on show from Alex Art. He'll be happy to at least have 3 goals under his belt, but again it was some of the skill that we saw. A stunning strike there from Depay. And yeah, I'd say on the balance of play, it was a fair result. I think just in terms of the way that some of the goals came was slightly fortuitous.
Well, here was the go-ahead strike from Aubameyang. We saw Alex R really kind of let loose on the pitch, and it's something that I think Barcelona fans, as we start to look towards the knockout stages, will hope he can continue to do, because he found success in getting those strikes away when he felt it was necessary. There was a equaliser from Gagliardo. Abraham at the near post from the corner, but it's important for both of these players that they are maintaining form going into the business end of the season. They're both guaranteed to feature in the knockout stages, but this goal, has got to be the pick of the bunch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, it's having that awareness of going, okay, I've got not a lot of room left to work with. I'm going to have to do something special. And again, to execute that type of skill and get the shot away and score, fantastic bit of skill there.
Well, it was looking like the points were going to go back to Barcelona, but for Tammy Abraham and some great physical work from El Shaarawy as well, off of the bench, making a real impact for Gagliardo and AS Roma. If that game is any indication of what to come in games 2 and 3, I feel like we are in for a lot of goals to come. But game 1's in the books now. It is Roma 3, Barcelona 3. And Semra, we are going to be sharing the points in game 1 between two promising talents for their respective clubs.
And I tell you what, the real winner from this game was Galatasaray. I'm sure the celebrations are still continuing over there after both of those teams just picked up a draw, and they'll be hoping that it very much continues in that same vein as we go into the final 2 games of the day. Having said that, let's go ahead and see who's going to feature then for Roma v Barcelona game 2, and it's yet again, as fate would have it, a clash of the captains, part 3. So it's going to be Urma against the Palma. Urma, don't let his goalless draw from earlier today fool you. He can catch you out when you least expect it. Just ask Kepa from last week. And whenever it comes to the Palma, well, he really is formidable, isn't he? 9 goals to his name at the top of the goal scoring chart. He's undefeated so far this season. 7 of those goals he scored, by the way, in 1 game. And he was one of the big reasons as to why Barcelona were propelled to the top of the group at the end of last weekend. We'll see if he can do more of the same today. So you would say maybe on paper he would be the favourite. But having said that, Urma, he can surprise us, can't he?
Yeah, he definitely can. And I think this is the matchup I was hoping for when we saw the schedule for today's Group B final matches. I wanted to see the two captains go head-to-head because, Wes, these are two players that really personify their clubs. You think about the Palma and his free scoring, free passing, quick tiki-taka football. He seems to go hand in hand with Barcelona's style of play. Similarly, on the other side does Urma. He's really passionate and fiery, and he knows how to get the best out of his Roma team.
Yeah, I mean, I know you used the line kind of last week in relation to fire and ice. These two, it's just fire and fire. Both of them will want to inflict goals on each other, will want to be stylish doing so, and both of them will want to win. I know we're saying, oh, well, both teams are qualified, so it doesn't really matter that too much. Can tell you probably even from experience, not necessarily from this competition, but for any player playing in these types of competitions, they'll want to win every single game they can play in.
Well, a statement of intent from Irma early on. Jan testing the manual goalkeeping skills of the Palmer, who is attacking from right to left. Of course, we have to say a big thank you to Semra in the studio, but for now, this is going to be a very intriguing affair indeed. Fati for the Palmer is shepherded out of play, but you're witnessing now the man at the top of the goal-scoring charts after 2 match days in Group B. He leads them all. The Palmer, the captain from Barcelona, has defending to do here and has completed that side of the game, but it's the attacking side, Wes, that we always give him plaudits for, because he starts incredibly strong and just keeps going.
Yeah, it's that ability to repeat what's effective. It's not necessarily to find what's effective and then do it once. It's the fact that he will repeat it again and again and again.
Depay almost sneaking in behind there, Wes, and it's a perfect example of what we were talking about.
Yeah, it's only just offside there, and again, it's working out where this defense is the weakest for the Palmer. It's trying to figure out who he attacks when going forward. But on the flip side of it, it's a case for Irma to figure out. Okay, well, they haven't included much like we saw from Alex R. Doesn't appear to be any feature players within this Barcelona team. So now it's a case of, okay, well, they're the same as last week. They must have some confidence in the players that they're playing with.
Obviously, don't want to upset the balance of their team. And here is Pedri on that far side. Strike. Comes back off of the woodwork. Not sure if the goalkeeper was called into action there, but either way, it is up the other end now for Zaniolo and Neto. And it's bouncing off the goal line. And I'm struggling to process what I've just witnessed, Wes, because Neto, with a goal line clearance, and the ball still coming at his goal here. Mkhitaryan tackled. Will there be a break in play for us to digest what we've just seen? Here is Jan with a potential striker goal. And finally, the defence breaks after a frantic 3 minutes. Irma is the man who says, hey, you guys should be talking about me, because I'm in the lead. It's 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of break that all down, I think it would have been fortuitous had that goal gone in, because it was running back against his own goal. It clipped off the post, rolls across the line. Neto's able to clear it. This, though, is all about skill. Getting the ball back high up the field, getting the ball into space, dummy again, gets the space and gets that attacking line, as we can see through the camera in the goal. You could see that avenue was open, and as a result, it was there for him to take advantage of.
Here
you just see the replay of it. Yeah,
that was the goal line clearance from Neto, as the resumption after the goal has indeed kicked off. It's the Palmer who is down 1-0 for, I think I'm right in saying, the first time in this competition this season. And it is the captain of AS Roma who is putting the league's leading goal scorer to the sword so far. Here is Mkhitaryan. Wonderful back heel, and well, Abraham hits the 1-2 punch for AS Roma. Irma is well and truly in the driving seat now. The Palmer is nowhere to be seen. It's 2-0.
Yeah, talk about, as we said, it's fire v fire. That sometimes the best form of defence is attack, and at this point in time, Roma seem to be attacking at will. Great little back heel. Again, it's a dummy. We keep seeing that as kind of almost a go-to move for a lot of these players, to open up the space and to almost freeze the defender in an animation where they're trying to block something, and instead it creates an avenue, creates some space, and creates the ability that you can just pop a goal in. And it's a great finish again from Tammy Abraham.
Well, the kickoff is resulting now in a corner for Barcelona. Dembele is through. The goalkeeper's come and he's not made it his. And that is one back for the Palma. Almost immediately, Wes is able to get one back, half the deficit, and something tells me we're in for quite a few goals in this game.
Hold on to your hats. This is going to get bumpy. It's great little 1-2. Again, the manual goalkeeping as we saw. If you see players inch just a slight bit out of position, all you have to do, just pop it in the near post, as we see there. Great finish again. And now we have got a very kind of tantalising, a very balanced looking game here. I know it is still 2-1 to Irma, but these types of periods of the game, it can get a bit dicey, it can get a bit kind of choppy. They've got to make sure that they are smart and use that ball as best they can.
Double digits on the season, the first player to break that landmark this season. Let's see what it's done to the current standing of the group tables, as Roma would leapfrog over both Galatasaray and Barcelona. But the Palma seems in the ascendancy. Nice little drag back there from Aubameyang, and Pedri cutting inside, and well, where is this bouncing? Intervention needed at the back there from Irma. 10 in-game minutes to go till half-time. Tammy Abraham looks a real force for AS Roma. Mkhitaryan, Pellegrini's there, and Jan as well, and it's bouncing agonisingly into the goal. Roma's third comes just moments from half-time. Irma quick to reinstate his 2-goal advantage here, 3-1.
They just won't let it lie, will he, Irma? And it's a little bit of skill. It was skill opening up the space to get the shot off. Of course, though, as we've seen at least once or twice today, deflections, they almost count double in these scenarios, because once the goalkeeper is set for the save, it's very hard for them to break out of it and to try and get back across goal. You can see the Palma just a little bit wry smile, knew that he couldn't do anything about it, and as a result, Irma finds himself 3-1 to the good.
Yeah, and something tells me he's going to keep going for this, Wes, for lack of a better vocabulary and thesaurus to my immediate vicinity, because Irma wants to make a statement here, as if to say, is this your king? Is this your king? Because right now I am scoring at will.
In terms of dynamics, it's always a fun watch to see how the pro players kind of think and kind of look at each other, and you can see that, you know, I think we saw the goal table flash up a moment or two ago, and that seems to be ever changing with as each attack happens here.
Tammy Abraham with Jan in support, and it might just bounce back through here for Jan as well. Trying to feed Abraham as best he can, and Pellegrini's arriving. And that, I think, will be the final action of the half, as Neto goes long and the referee goes to his whistle. Well, Wes, what an action-packed first half. 4 goals. Advantage Roma? Most certainly.
Yeah, most certainly. They certainly appear to be in the box seat. And again, as we kind of earmarked, you know, again, in terms of the best form of attack for Irma at the moment, or at least the best form of defence appears to be his attack. The more goals he's putting in between him and the Palma at this stage, it means it takes the pressure off him defensively.
We saw Dembele there be tackled down in the box, but the referee not willing to point to the penalty spot for that one. That would have been a bit of a soft one for my liking, but here is Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang in behind here to make it 2 for Barcelona. And there is a reply from the captain. The Palma makes it 3-2 now for Barcelona. Roma still leading, but now only by 1.
Yeah, the Palma doing everything to keep Irma honest at the back there. You can see both defenders getting sucked out into position there. I think there may have been a teammate pressure called by Irma, which then pulls that defender out. And as a result, he's looked to try and gamble to get the ball. Instead, the Palmer has found the answer to get the ball round the corner. And you can see elements, a little bit of doubt potentially creeping in on Irma in terms of how can he keep him quiet. At the moment, though, it's Barca in the ascendancy for possession. You can see Irma trying to maybe calm the game down a bit, but breaks to Aubameyang.
Well, the referee's going to pull this play back. Aubameyang was fouled, so we will see Diawara into the book. The ball as well into the box is no good, but that is now number 11 of the season from the Palmer. And he's not done yet. Here is Dembele. Has work to do to get points in this game. Ansu Fati turns, tries to get his strike away. Ansu Fati, Aubameyang, Depay, Pedri, Aubameyang! That is absolutely beautiful. Sublime from the Palmer. And if you are wondering why he's at the top of the goal scoring charts, I mean, there's a perfect advert for it. One touch passing. He's woken up in this second half. It's 3 apiece now, Wes. Talk me through this one.
That's a gorgeous goal. It's a gorgeous goal. It's great passing ability. It's great passing play as well. It's having the foresight to find the extra ball. It's just brilliant. It's setting players off on runs. It's everything you'd want out of a goal within eFootball. It's brilliantly. It just took him completely apart there. And Irma is now staring down the barrel, potentially, of a draw, but he's got to come back again.
Here is Jan trying to reply immediately.
The attendance for this match was 72,300.
We still have half an hour in game to go. 6 goals. 3 apiece. Zaniolo is always threatening. There it is. Goal number 12. Head and shoulders above the rest of the league. Of course, we have Group A matches to come tomorrow, so this table may look a little different at the end of the group stages, but Roxa as well still to feature today. He could well and truly catch up his Barcelona teammates. But the focus at this moment in time is where the points will go between these two clubs in Game 2. You can see Game 1's result at the top, 3 apiece. It's a, well, very similar scoreline so far, Wes.
Yeah, it's almost as you were. It's almost as though these teams are actually equal in terms of ability. No, of course, I say that with a very much a tongue firmly placed in cheek. These guys are going blow for blow here. You can see there, in terms of the differences in tactics as well. Actually, I think I've just seen there the Palmer looks like he's just called for his first featured player off the subs bench. So it'll be interesting to see how these kind of take effect. But you can see 2 different play styles, 3-5-2 versus a 4-1-2-1-2. Very interesting to see both styles of play. Wonderful save there. It even caught me unawares there.
I think Zaniolo went for the lofted finish. Neto had to be aware of it, and it's a driven corner, which will result in another subsequent. The left footer Zaniolo towards Abraham, but it will be another corner, I believe. So the deliveries are causing the Barcelona backline to hemorrhage corners here. Third time's the charm. Short this time to Diawara. Braithwaite back on defensive duty is able to step in, and well, with 20 in-game minutes to go, is there a winner? Depay has peeled off his man on that far side, but here is Traore. Trying to get his running boots on, but defensively, Irma, concentration levels are good so far.
Yeah, I think looking at the way that these two players have performed, both have done themselves no end of pride out of these two, out of both of them. I think there's probably more to kind of almost download and learn for the Palmer at this point than there is for Irma, because as you said, we've seen him in a scenario that we weren't used to seeing him in.
It's not often you'll see the Palmer face adversity. His free scoring form. But he's had questions and he's answered them so far in game 2. But Irma, let's not forget he was up at several moments in this game. He can still sneak a winner in here. Switch of the play to Dama Traore. Far away from goal, but he's getting closer with each pass. Chris Smalling steps up, but De Jong and Traore will try and sneak in behind here as well. Just sitting back and anticipating a bit of a fiery finish between these two players who have most certainly left it all out on the virtual pitch here in game 2. Mkhitaryan, no, and Gian is here for what could be the winner. A 90th minute goal to complete the hat-trick. 4-3, Roma look poised to take the points here.
It's a great little give and go to just open up the space, allows the ball in. And again, we talk about it, manual goalkeeper. If they go too far the other way, all you have to do is just slot it in the other corner. And again, it's that awareness to see it. You've got to be looking for it, that type of angle. There's so much room to score in, and that'll be very interesting to see what that does to the table, because I'm trying to imagine the table as it looks. I'm hoping we can get a live one just before the end of the game to see what it looks like. But I might be right in thinking that if Roma have won this game, I believe that might mean that they top the group and that the final game becomes a dead rubber. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but I think Roma were a point ahead of Barcelona before the games were kicked. So it'd be interesting to see how that table looks. If we can get that up on the screen, that'd be great for everybody at home to see.
Well, before we do, we'll take a little listen as to how Barcelona attempt to approach the second half here. What's left of it, anyway, into stoppage time now. What an incredible performance from Irma. 3 minutes added on.
There will be 3 minutes added time.
And that might indicate as to why Roma are starting to play out the clock here.
Well, they played out the clock and Irma played his heart out. The captain stepping up again. And it's a captain's performance from that man. A performance to be proud of indeed. Adrian Irma, the hero of Roma. 3 points taken away from the leading goal scorer, the man who looks the biggest threat in the league so far this season. It's a heroic display from the Roma captain, Wes.
Yeah, it's a captain's performance, as you quite rightly said. We had this absolute chaos that nearly turned into a goal there. And instead, Irma, you can see the wry shake of the head, but it was only moments later did he then find himself in prime real estate to score here. As you can see, Jean just opening up that space, opening up that lane to score. And it was off to the races for Irma. But this was very much a knockout, or at least a heavyweight kind of knockout contest. It was slugs from Roma, slugs from Barcelona. It was just punch after punch that came, and it was again brilliant movement there, gave him a 2-goal lead. And again, at that point, we were asking what was made of the Palma, because we'd never seen him in that scenario.
Well, at this point, 2-0 down, we were asking that very question, and it was answered just before the half-an-hour mark. But then Roma was very quick to reinstate his 2-goal advantage. 3-1 at this point. He would then go on to ship Wes 2 goals without reply. So the Palma, it seemed, was growing into the game with these goals. It seemed as if, oh, okay, the Palma just started slow, and then, as we see this, his second, I believe it was, go in. It seemed as if the Palma was just going to come back and do the Palma things and take all the points, but Roma held strong.
Yeah, I mean, that second goal from him was a fantastic goal. Fantastic goal. I described it as gorgeous for a reason, because the pass and movement there. But again, this was the killer. It was the 89th minute. It's manual goalkeeping. It's Jan who, again, with these quick thinking there. And you can see how much that means to Roma. You can see how much that meant to his Roma teammates as well. So, again, big result for him personally as well. To knock off the Palma, to knock off Barcelona, at least in the style that he did. And you can see there just how much it means to him. Of course, that almost has become a staple of his, blowing kisses to the camera and the fans. You can see how much that meant to him.
Well, that one took the wind out of Barcelona's sails, Semra. I tell you what, it took some of the voice out of me as well. I can feel my voice starting to go a little bit, because there were so many goals to celebrate. 7 in that one, 4-3 it ends, though, to Roma.
Man, going from a 6-goal thriller to a 7-goal thriller, I can only suspect we're going to get an 8-goal thriller in the last game of this match, but we'll take a look at that in just one moment. I want to take a moment to take advantage and deliver on the wish of Wes to take a look at the league table. So AS Roma are leading the pack, 15 points, 2 clear of Galatasaray. So Barcelona then, they are in third with 11 points. As we already said earlier in the day, Arsenal, they have been eliminated. They will not be continuing for this season. So Barcelona, if they get those 3 points in this final game, they will then leapfrog Galatasaray, which means that they would finish in third, the Turks. But Roma, they have a great opportunity here to extend their lead at the top and go to 18 points. They would be 5 clear then of Galatasaray, and they would go straight into the semi-finals, having said that. So here's a quick look to refresh ourselves as to how things look in the goal scoring charts. As we saw, the Palma did his bit to extend his own personal lead. He went from 9 to 12 goals as the top scorer of the competition so far this campaign. He's followed now by Urma, who also did his bit in the last game directly against the Palma by scoring 4 and putting 4 past him for that victory. But it is looking very tasty indeed, and I'm sure we can expect more of the same, as we said, going into game 3, the final game of the day, in the final match of the day. So it's going to be Stifler against Roxa. Now Stifler, he was the only winner of that game earlier today, the match earlier today against Arsenal for Roma, and he's looking to make it 3 wins from 3 in a personal level. But obviously they're doing very well indeed at the moment. His teammates have set him up nicely going to this final game, so a little bit of pressure perhaps off for him whenever it comes to Roxa. Well, he's no pushover either. He has had a great tournament so far. We saw just last weekend that in terms of the goal scoring, well, there you had it, 7 goals, scored 6 in 1 game as well, and he certainly will be having to do some of the heavy lifting then for the Catalans as they try to get themselves into second in the table. Potentially we're looking at one of the toughest matchups then of the entire day, no?
Yeah, potentially so. I mean, as you said, the pressure kind of relinquished from Stifler in this next game, because Roma, they're top. No one can topple them at this point. The only thing to play for Barcelona is to leapfrog over Galatasaray. So for Stifler, it's a bit of a free hit if you think about it. You can go out there and do your best, Wes, and try and, you know, maybe pick up, I don't know, goal of the day or goal of the group stages, whatever you want to try and do. But if you don't accomplish that, it's not the biggest problem in the world, because Roma, they're already into the semi-finals.
Yeah, and that's massive for them. I mean, you know, we can underpin, you know, the performances that we've seen from Roma. Again, like you said, it is a free hit for him. However, it now will decide Barca's fate in terms of what side of the knockout draw that they will incorporate. If you jump into second, you might get a slightly favourable draw. Obviously, depending on what happens tomorrow in Group A, we're not going to know the kind of the ramifications of what we've seen today. But certainly, if you're Stifler, you'd want to carry on good form. You certainly, as he's been putting people to the sword from when he's been playing over the course of today. You'll certainly want to kind of improve and keep improving your own personal kind of record, as it were.
Well, thank you very much to Semra for her work throughout the day. We'll speak to her after the game as Roxa trying to cut Semra's thanks short here in the opening 5 in-game minutes. It's been a long day. Lots of goals have gone in, but we're hoping for many more as a strike from Frankie de Jong will head wide. But game 3 here. Roma already topping the group. Barcelona currently sat in 3rd position. They need a win here, Wes, to leapfrog Galatasaray above them. For now, though, Stifler, I think he has a bit of a point to prove. We mentioned maybe a bit of a free hit for him, but he wants to silence the doubters and shush the haters, as he's done week in, week out in this competition, and end with plenty of points to his name. Has some defending to do here, though, and that is a glorious lofted finish attempt. And you've always got to be cautious when you're going up against Roxa.
But he's already had one chip that's been commended. he's certainly looking to try and eye up another one by the looks of things here. But I think it's more circumstantial with that type of finish at that type of place in the game. You see there dribbling through.
Depay almost, but for some manual goalkeeping, finding the net. Pedri's here, Fati as well. This is very dangerous territory indeed for AS Roma, but it's been a very open game so far, which is what we want to see. We've seen plenty of goals of the group stages so far, but the more we get, Wes, the more chance we have of finding a real peach for goal of the day. Here is Mkhitaryan with a stunning strike, and it is just lacking the accuracy there. Almost on command, coming up with a incredible goal to contend that award.
Yeah, still those magnets have not been removed from that post. That was so close to going in. You can see Stifler kind of a little bit kind of disgruntled with the fact he didn't quite find that corner of the net. But again, positive signs for Roma. If you're Roxa as well, there's positive signs for Barcelona here in terms of the chances that he's starting to create. But again, if you are, Roma, you're looking to kind of extend that lead at the top of the group and maybe make a statement for those who are playing tomorrow. With an eye towards tomorrow's groups, you're looking at Celtic, who've got 12 points. You could certainly come away with the bragging rights of having the most points in the group stage. That might be a feather in the cap for Roma to contend for.
Well, here comes Roxa, and for those long-time fans of the competition will remember last season he was a part of the AS Roma setup that he plays against here in Game 3. So far, though, 25 minutes gone, there or thereabouts, and plenty less goals than we saw in the first 2, which I think my larynx is very happy for, but I want to see more goals regardless. We have, of course, Group A action still to come tomorrow. Then the knockout stages, the business end of the competition next weekend. For now, though, Aubameyang goes for goal early. It's been chances at both ends, Wes. It's very open so far.
Yeah, and I think given the context of the game, I think that's what we would expect here, an open game.
Yeah, Jean has a chance to stand up Abraham there. The header is off target and just a goal kick on the half-hour mark. Here is Abraham. He's been a threat all day long. Of course, new in packs this week of the Roma club selection. Here is Frankie de Jong. Aubameyang with a few fake strikes there. Not biting the bait, though, is Stifler. And, well, I think Abraham has stayed on side. Still has a defender to beat here. And, well, I tell you what, actually, Roxa defensively does incredibly well there.
Yeah, it's good defensive work from Roxa, but give the ball away cheaply there.
Yeah, a little bit too patient on the ball, but the referee will somewhat bail him out as the free kick goes the other way. And Titi then into the book, and it's Veretout standing over the ball. Crossed in, and it splays past everyone, and that one will go for a goal kick, Wes.
Yeah, you can see the thought process that was tried there. However, the execution was just not there with it. But again, positive signs for both teams here. Both teams having opportunities. Both teams trying to kind of capitalise on mistakes. That it's just that lacking that killer finish at the moment.
Aubameyang with fake strikes left and right, but once more Stifler proving equal to it. We're approaching half-time. That's a lovely long ball looking for Abraham. Can't quite bring it under his spell. And where are we going to see the first real chance of goal coming? Will it be from the Roma attack, or will it be from the men in possession right now? De Jong can maybe latch onto this one. It's a tiny little finish. It's a little bit of fortune, but the finish is just absolutely deft. It's incredible to make it 1-0 to Barcelona, and as things stand, they would leapfrog Galatasaray into second place.
Yeah, you could almost mistake that as a through ball from the Roma defender. It was that good. But again, it's ricocheted fortuitously, as we keep using that word. It's fortuitous for Barcelona to find the ball through to Frenkie de Jong. As you'll see, the ball breaks here cut nicely. It's just a touch, and it's just miscontrolled. As a result, though, it ricochets into the path of de Jong, tucks it away very nicely indeed. Roxa won't care. It's one more in his goal collection. It's one more in the goal tally for him. But more importantly, that is the goal that leapfrogs, as it stands, Galatasaray into second place.
Yeah, no chance for a reply as it comes at the stroke of half-time. Heartbreaking way to concede. Just miscontrolled by the defender, and Roxa now, I believe, 4 goals behind his teammate in first place in the leading goal-scoring charts, and he'll be chasing down his teammate here as well as he attempts to add a second to his tally here today. Busquets with a fine tackle. Seeing some errors at the back for Stifler just start to creep in. This is, as we said before, a bit more of a pressure off scenario for the AS Roma man. His team have already topped the group. No one can stop them now. For Barcelona, it's all about trying to sneak back into second place to potentially, as you mentioned earlier, Wes, finding yourself on arguably an easier quarter-final draw.
Yeah, and that's what these guys will both be thinking here now is okay, well, you know, if Barcelona have the lead, they have the ability to go, okay, well, we're going to be in a different half of the draw. Whereas Roma, they know that their fate is set. Wherever they land, it's going to be through to the semi-finals. They know their fate's set.
Oh, Mkhitaryan, lovely dummy, and well, they've just clashed heads there in the box, but referee is unmoved. The hour mark is approaching, and this is usually around the time we see the substitutes come into play for these eFootball Championship Pro clubs. But it's been a fairly even game. We saw last weekend in Group A, there was a case where subs were queued up for a long time, but the ball just stayed in play. Zaniolo queues up a shot. Oh, Lenglet is still treating himself there. It's bouncing around the box and it's finally cleared. That could have been a heartbreaking way to concede. And I think Roxa, I think he knows there. Lenglet maybe should have been back in action a bit quicker.
Yeah, there's a wry smile there from Roxa in terms of the almost eFootball pinball that was occurring in that Barcelona penalty box, but he'll be happy to see the back of it. And you'll notice with his as you can see from his back line, they're all pretty much queued up to try and be in line with the goalkeepers. And you can see his intentions for what he wants to do for this game. He just wants to box it out and literally just play defensive and just take the sting out of this Roma attack. But Stifler, on the other hand, still wanting to push forward, still wanting to ask questions of this defence. And he's still asking questions of this defence at will.
Sharawi with the stunning cross in, and Abraham is able to steer his header on target, but Neto was there to make sure it didn't end up in a goal. Well, Sharawi is on the ball once more. He's always a tricky customer to deal with coming off the bench for Roma. He's featured as a sub in all 3 games so far. So a very regimented and defined game plan from the Romans. But here's Pedri as well. There's a stunning strike and it's straight at the keeper. The rebound to make it 2 comes from Ansu Fati. The man on the left-hand side has been always dangerous. And he gets his goal in game 3. It's Roxa 2, it's Stifler 0.
Yeah, and we said about those stunning shots. If you're taking them first time, if you've made the decision, it's a lot easier to queue up those shots whilst this ball is in transition, getting to that player. It means that they don't take an additional touch. It means they don't have to set themselves. Instead, it just happens first time. And again, it's a good save for the goalkeeper, but it's just handling for the goalkeeper that's just parried it into trouble, and Ansu Fati's there to sweep it home.
Well, Aubameyang will be into the book, but Roxa continues to chase the Palmer down, and his second means I believe he's only 3 goals behind his teammates.
Okay, yes.
9 goals on the season so far from the new signing. And there it is, 3 goals behind. Barcelona, this attack has been potent. And if they can get Alex Zar on the same page and utilising the squad as well as the 2 top leading goal scorers so far have, Barcelona are going to look very dangerous in the knockout stages.
Yeah, I think so. If you've got all players firing on all cylinders, I mean, you know, as much as we saw the Palmer lose 4-3 in the last game, that's not a bad game. Like, he didn't play a bad game. It wasn't like he's been, you know, skittled completely. Instead, it was just 2 players going at each other.
Oh, Fati has skipped past his man, has seen Aubameyang at the back post arriving. A chance now for Stifler. Has El Shaarawy in space. Tammy Abraham is here as well, but defensively, Roxa giving absolutely no space. Here's the league table as things stand. This would push Galatasaray down into 3rd. They still would qualify for the knockout stages. As we said before the match, job done for Roma. They have topped the group regardless of the result here. But Stifler would love to get another goal. Here is Mkhitaryan, and it will creep in. With a little bit of time left on the clock, Stifler is on the board. It took 87 minutes. But it is now just a 1-goal game, Wes. 2-1.
Yeah, 87 minutes on the clock and 1 valuable deflection. As we'll see here, you see he opens up the space, gets the ball into the box. It just takes a slight deflection off the defender, alters the course into the back of the net, as you'll see momentarily. You see you squinting again with your cataracts. As you'll see there, just takes a nick off the defender. Bit of top spin, takes it into the back of the net. As you can see from the chuckle from Roxa, he knows what's happened there. And you can see there, he's annoyed at the pass that didn't quite pull off to get himself out of trouble there. But you can see there, Stifler making tactical adjustments, wanting to maybe try and sneak an equaliser in. And that would certainly adjust the table once more if that does happen.
Yeah, it certainly would. I think all Galatasaray fans will be rooting for Stifler here. Of course, I'm going to leave it up to you, Wes, to keep an eye on the subs here because, as you said, my eyesight, it's not what it used to be.
Well, you can see more of the adjustments on the left-hand side from Roma. It's the adjustments of the individual tactics. It's to make sure you've got players enough forward. But as you can see on the bottom of your screens, both players employing a defensive mentality to try and keep their players back to stop counter-attacks. But it won't stop players flying forward here.
5th of the season for Stifler, and he wants more. Mkhitaryan has dummied his man. And he's won himself a throw-in as well. The referee's assistant says 2 minutes additionally to be played. Is that enough time for Stifler to make some Galatasaray fans incredibly happy here? And well, I think this has been called for offside. You can see 3 members standing offside from the front line. So this will gift possession back to Barcelona and to Roxa. Aubameyang wins the header. He won't get to the second ball, but it will trickle out of play and confirm the result. Barcelona taking the victory, taking the 3 points, which will take them into second place in the group. It ends Roxa 2, Stifler 1. Roma still group winners. Regardless of the results, you can hear them talking about their campaign so far.
Here for the interview,
overall, Roxa has done the business. He's got his team's 3 points that were required to put them in second place, Wes.
Yeah, and that was the key here. As much as it was a dead rubber for Roma, it certainly wasn't that for Barcelona. Again, it was De Jong with that slight bit of fortune that gave them the lead just on half-time. You see a big deflection off of a heel, which then plays the ball in. It's a good first-time control finish, mind you. Still has to be there to be hit. And again, it was the stunning strike that forced the goalkeeper error, which then forced the ball through to Ansu Fati, who wrapped it up for 2-0. And then there was just a slight question that was asked from Roma in terms of their goal that they just about got a hold of. But as you'll see there, it was Ansu Fati that was there. It was ready to get onto it. But it was this chance here and this goal here that really kind of set the alarm bells ringing for Barcelona. They had to kind of shore it up very quickly. But of course, it was too little too late for Roma.
Yeah, it was a nervy final few in-game moments. I, as you said, don't have my contact lenses in. I'm not sure if there was a deflection on that last one. I'm going to take your word for it. But Semra, the important thing for Barcelona is that they were able to get the win 2-1 in Game 3, which now elevates them into second place now that Group B is all done and dusted.
That it does indeed. They really have met their match, Barcelona, haven't they, in AS Roma? They've been very impressive in these opening 2 weekends of the season. We'll take a look at how it all finalised in the group table in just a moment. But for now, we're just going to focus on this final match between these two heavyweights, between Roma and Barcelona, just to remind ourselves of those results. High scoring in just about every single game. Goals galore. It was 3-3 in Game 1. It was a 4-3 victory in Game 2 for Roma. And then Barcelona, they were able to climb their way back into this one. But as you both said going into it, it was a bit of a dead rubber situation in the sense that Roma had already wrapped up their place as leaders of the group. So it was only down to Barcelona, the Catalan outfit, to really get themselves into second in the table, which is exactly what they did. It was a scintillating final match of the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, 8 goals across the 3 games from both clubs. So lots of goals scored, Wes. Arguably the centerpiece of this result is got to be the win from Irma, taking down the leading goal scorer of the entire group stages so far, De Palma. He outstruck him, I suppose you could say, for lack of a better term, 4-3.
Well, like I said at the time, it was landing punches on each other at will. It was a case of, 2 goals. I think it was 2 goals in 6 minutes. Then there's another one after 3 minutes from, 3 minutes later from the Palmer. It was back and forth, and eventually it was Roma that decisively struck. I think it was in the 89th minute, and that proved the vital result for Roma to get themselves to the top of the table.
All right, well, let's zoom out then, shall we, and take a look at the entirety of the day. And by doing so, we're going to analyze a little bit what you guys thought about what we saw here. And going from top to bottom, obviously, Roma with a brand new template, all new squad players. Well, they've shown that in their debut season altogether, they really can hang with the big boys. Barcelona, despite all of their goals, it just wasn't enough to get them into first in the table. But second, still pretty good enough. When it comes to Galatasaray, 2 new changes, personnel in that side as well. It was enough to get them through to the next round. Arsenal will be, unfortunately, saying goodbye for now. But Wes, I believe you are with the team captain, so let's go ahead and have a listen to what they have to say.
Yep, thank you very much, Semra. We're here with Roxa. Roxa, congratulations. It is nice to see a smile on your face. There was quite a few chuckles from you during your game there with Stifler. How important was it for you guys to get second place in this group?
Yeah, it was important to try to be at least second, because our first goal was to be the first in the group, but we didn't have luck, to be honest, and second.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some goals here on the right-hand side of our screen there. Memphis Depay with some stunning strikes. Yourself was clinical in front of goal with Frankie de Jong in your game. Speak to us about Alex's performance, because we earmarked it in commentary that it was good to see him bounce back from a disappointing start last week. How important is it for you that Alex finds his form alongside yourself and the Palmer?
Yeah, of course. Like I said last week, I am sure that Alex will show everyone how he's a good player and what he can do. And his goal with Adama Traore, I didn't see the goal like that in the last 2 years in the past. And we are happy to have him, and I'm sure he will be even better in the next week. And we will try to go to the final.
Yeah, I was going to say, if his teammates didn't even see the goal coming, we certainly didn't either. It was such a good piece of skill from Adama Traore. In terms of aspirations going forward, I know that everybody wants to win this competition. Again, given your performances in the group stage, does that give you guys confidence to go into the final stage of the knockout stages and perform at your best level?
Yeah, of course. For me personally, I think we deserve to be first. Of course, Roma did an amazing job. They show everyone that they are a tough team. But we conceded 2 goals in 89 minutes. First Alex and then Palma. And we all three have maybe a problem because we just only want to score. We don't know to waste the time. We don't know to defend. We just want to score the goals, and it's cost us now. It's cost us first place. But I'm sure this week we'll be trying to learn to waste a little more time.
Well, Barcelona certainly wanting to be the entertainers of this competition. Thank you very much for joining us, Roxa. And then we are now joined by Gagliardino. Hopefully you can hear us.
Today is a good day because we are in semi-final, top 4 in Europe, and we train a lot. Always together with my teammates, with the captain Urman, the Stifler, and we are very happy for this because we train a lot every month prepare for that, and now we are very happy.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've completely even jumped my question, but that would have been my question. How does it feel to be top of the table? For yourselves, though, in terms of your aspirations in this competition, obviously you have topped the group. You're now through to the semi-finals. It's one less game that you've got to play. How important was it for you guys to top the group?
Yes, this group is not easy because Arsenal, Barcelona, the strong player and the strong team, but In this group, we play very well, and I think we are a good team, and nothing. I hope the next semi-final we play better, and we can win in this competition.
Yeah, we saw the inclusion of featured players to your lineups. How important was it to have those players at your disposal? You had Mancini, I think Zaniolo, and it looked like it was Tammy Abraham. How important was it for you to get those guys involved?
Yes, today is very important if cards, because Mancini, Zaniolo, and Abraham saw better.
Yeah, certainly you could see their increased level. You could see the increased level from yourselves as well. Irma, again, doing great things. Stifler, again, still providing entertainment and talent. Yourself still being an anchor for this team. Do you think you guys can go all the way in this tournament?
Yes, because we are a family. Stifler and Urma, the best players. The captain Urma and my friend Stifler, and we can try, and we can win this competition.
Well, we look forward to seeing you guys in the knockout phases. Congratulations once again, Roma.
Thanks.
I hope you guys enjoy the week, and you guys can go ahead and prepare for the knockout phases.
Thank you.
It's back to you, Semra, in the studio.
Wes, I absolutely love it that every time Gallardo speaks to you, he's so enthusiastic. He doesn't even wait for you to ask the question. He just goes straight into it with what he wants to talk about. Absolutely brilliant. I love it. Right, and also when it comes to Barcelona defending, what's defending, right? I love that answer as well, too. Brilliant stuff from the two captains there. Well, let's go ahead and pick apart this match day overall, because it really has been very fascinating indeed. Very tight in the opening two matches, also in the third match as well, but a lot more goals to this one. Now, Wes, I hope I read this correctly in our WhatsApp group chat. You seem to be very pleased that your predictions came to fruition. Am I right in saying that?
Well, internally, I had a prediction before the Arsenal-Galatasaray game that Galatasaray were going to sneak it. And it's a gut feeling you sometimes get. And it was more so from the way that the AS Roma-Arsenal game went, in the sense of my own personal theory is that there may have been a little bit kind of a bit held back from Arsenal to kind of secure some, a point here for every game with Roma, because they felt that maybe Galatasaray were the weaker team to come up against and they maybe be able to win games instead. Of course, it's proved the other way, whereby it's kind of they come unstuck there against Galatasaray. That was more my feeling going into that game, was that Galatasaray would take it and surprise Arsenal.
Yeah, and I think a huge 7 points from Galatasaray. I mean, only one of which, if I remember correctly, coming by way of Captain Mucihit, is not something that we would have anticipated. But now we can get a first look of how the knockout stage is shaping up. You can see in that semi-final number 2 at the bottom, Roma, thanks to them topping the group, get a bye through the quarterfinals, all the way through to the semi-finals, so they are potentially just 2 matches away from lifting that trophy on the right-hand side of your screen. For Barcelona and Galatasaray, they await tomorrow's action to see who their eventual opponents will be, Wes. Roma, got to be the happiest of the 3 clubs in there already.
Yeah, I think so, but if you look at how that has broken down, that Barcelona result in the last game means that they're in the separate part of the draw to Roma and Galatasaray. How vital will that be for Barcelona, given the fact that they now have a little bit of separation between teams who know how they play? Instead, if you're Roma and Galatasaray, we're not sure of who's going to come into that bracket for the second group of Group A. But if for argument's sake Galatasaray get through, you've now got Roma and Galatasaray playing again against each other, who already have a feel for how each other play. Whereas with Barcelona, you've got a fresh set of teams you've got to play and a fresh set of eyes that you've got to go against. So I think Barcelona will probably be the happier of the 3 teams that have qualified today.
Well, if there's a man to find a narrative from a half-populated bracket, it's you, my friend. That's an incredible point you pointed out there. Didn't even consider that. Let's compare 3 star players from today pulling out huge results for their respective clubs. It's Irma, Stifler, and Mucihit. Irma, I think I want to talk about first and most likely foremost, because of his huge result against the Palma 4-3 to secure what would eventually be the top spot in Group B for his club. A huge game from the captain.
Yeah, massive result for Matt personally and for his team in terms of where you are looking for that team or for where they were. He had to win. He had to win because if the results had gone the way they went, again, Roma would have been, kind of third or potentially further down the table, and Barcelona would have topped it. So for Irma to pull that performance out, like we said, we talk about players representing their A games. Irma had to be on point against the Palma. We can look at the other two players there as well. Mucha, of course, we've seen time and time again pull out results when Galatasaray needed it. Stifler pulling out a result against Venom and Arsenal exactly when they needed it, and put all of the pressure onto Arsenal going into that game with Galatasaray, which then Mucha took absolute kind of everything out of, and that Galatasaray team have now gone on and qualified out of a very unlikely scenario.
Yeah, Mucha, Irma, and Stifler, Semra, are going to be three players I think I'm going to be keeping an eye on in the knockout stages. All three of them will feature, of course, next weekend.
And they also put together a bit of stiff competition, if you like, when it comes to deciding who's going to be the best player of the group stage for Group B. Harry, I know that you wish it would be you. I'm sorry, it's not going to be you, but maybe next season. But let's go ahead and see who's going to be getting his hands on this prize then as the best player for Group B. And to borrow from your phrase, Harry, it is Urma, the king of Roma. Right? Absolutely sensational stuff from him in his debut season with the Romans. He's won 2 out of his 3 games. The other one was a draw, so undefeated so far. 8 goals as well to his tally. He's really been very impressive as the captain of Roma so far this campaign. It really does seem fitting that he would be the one to get this award.
Yeah, absolutely. Leading his team in a captaincy. It's never easy coming into a new club and trying to set your sights on these types of awards, Wes, but he's really personified Roma and led his team to some vital victories. And I have to say, well deserving. When I saw the signing at the start of the season, I was licking my lips at the potential that Irma had under this club and the banner this season. He's not proven me wrong either. He's put my faith in the right place, and he's coming away with quite a lot of money with that award.
Yeah, and it is richly deserved. If you talk about results and key moments, you talk about goals and key moments. Irma has been the front and centre of a lot of the good things that Roma have been doing. You've seen the impact that he's had in previous competitions with previous clubs. You've seen the impact that he had on those clubs and their positions. And the trajectory of those clubs was going up, and the same can be said for Roma. Comes into a new environment, comes into a new side, and all of a sudden the trajectory of Roma is all the way up.
Yeah, the Romanian captain of Roma is the best player, Semra, undoubtedly.
Well, there you go. Well, let's actually catch up with the main man himself then and get his reactions to the big announcement here that he's been chosen as the best player, not of just his team, but of Group B. Irma, first and foremost, congratulations. Tell us what's going through your mind right now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy and excited for this, and because all opponents, it was very strong. But I want to thank all team, my teammates, because without them it was impossible. But for us, it's more important for first place and pass to knockout stage.
So talk to me a little bit about your experience over the last 2 weekends and how you felt going into these games and coming off of these victories, and obviously still no defeats for you at all, and just how well you've played. Talk to me about your performances.
Yeah, it's performances for me and my team. It's always all days to play better, to match training, and it's important because we're a family. We lose and win together, and we train all days together. We help.
Family, that's a really nice way to describe the team. You're a brand new team. You haven't played together before. So what's the secret to the success so far? Because you've been massively impressive to everybody.
Because we speak all days. We training all days together, and the most important is always focus, play, and play much better all days.
Fai vedere le statistiche.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. Enjoy the award, enjoy the victory, enjoy finishing as the top of Group B, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Well, whenever it comes to the best player for Group A, of course, we'll see what happens tomorrow, and that will be announced at the end of the day. Speaking of which, let's very quickly run you through the menu and offer for tomorrow, Sunday, because we have plenty more to get excited about. So it's going to be Monaco against Manchester United up first. Then Manchester United, they've got a double-header. They will be up against Celtic in the second match of the day. Then last but not least, it's going to be Monaco against Bayern Munich. Monaco, of course, were very impressive, as were Celtic, I should say. They were really the standouts from last week. Guys, do you think they could do something similar to Roma, maybe finish top of the pile when no one expected it?
Potentially so. I mean, I don't think anyone at this point in time, when we look at the Group A table, expected Monaco to be as far down as they are. But they have 2 matches tomorrow to try and right that wrong, Wes. And we've seen how different the table looks in Group B compared to the start of the day. Now at the end, it could very well be a similar situation over in Group A as well.
Yeah, these could take some massive swing. I mean, there's 18 points on offer for AS Monaco and for Manchester United tomorrow. When you put it in that perspective, both teams could easily finish top of the group. However, there'll be 2 teams standing in their way in the form of Celtic and Bayern Munich. So this will be one to watch tomorrow. I think, for me, the AS Monaco versus Man United game, that will be the one that will really set the tone. I think we'll get an early idea as to how this group will shape up with the end of that game.
Yeah, definitely make sure you're tuning in tomorrow, because if Group B is anything to go by, Semres, Group A is going to be absolutely just fiery all around.
I love it. It's going to be mental, bonkers, fun, fantastic. There's going to be loads of fireworks, of course, which is exactly what we want to see, just like we did today. Guys, thanks so much. Brilliant stuff as ever. We'll give you a bit of a rest now, especially to your vocal cords, so you come back fit and firing for tomorrow. But a friendly reminder to everybody else, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock local time, Central European time. You can catch the action live on eFootball's official YouTube channel, and of course everywhere else on the bottom of your screens. You see it there. Make sure you take note of it, and you can stay up with the latest as well across all of our social media platforms. In the meantime, take care wherever you are in the world. We hope you enjoyed today. We're very much looking forward to what's in store for us tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Take care.